Before we start the program, may I request everyone to please stand up for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem, followed by the U.S. National Anthem.
Bayang magiging, pelas na sinangalan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, dulyan ka ng magiging, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisingin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa siya at sa langit mamahal, may pinakatula at ayon sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng mga tawad ko'y anumpay na nagbidinig. Ang bituin na tarong na may kailan di ang may di magdidinig. Lupa ng araw na walang ating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang iligaya na pag may mataapi, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated. Good morning, everyone. I'm Marie Sidayo, AMSC Program Officer of Makati Business Club, and I'll be your MC for this morning. Welcome to the second Advanced Manufacturing Stakeholder Forum entitled Strengthening the Philippine TVET System and Advancing the Philippine Manufacturing Sector. This event is organized under the Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development, or AMDev program, a 5-year USAID and Unilab Foundation-led initiative that aims to create a pipeline of highly skilled and adaptive workforce that meets the requirements of the advanced manufacturing sector. This event brings together key representatives from higher education institutions, technical and vocational training providers, manufacturing companies, and government agencies to celebrate the accomplishments of the program and emphasize the critical role of effective collaboration among these actors. Today's discussions aim to foster discussions focused on resolving the job skills mismatch through effective multi-sectoral collaborations. This gathering is intended to be a platform for new ideas and opportunities for collaboration, so we encourage everyone to share new information or relevant experiences that can enrich the discussion. Thank you for being here today. Before we start the program, allow me to acknowledge the presence of the following: our friends from government, newly appointed Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Director General Francisco Benitez, TESDA Deputy Director General for Policy and Planning, Ms. Rosana Rose Ordaneta, Philippine Trade Training Center PTTC Officer in Charge, Ms. Fe Avila, from USAID Philippines, Director for the Office of Education, Ms. Michelle Chen, our friends from Unilab Foundation, Executive Director Attorney Ochave, AMDev Chief of Party, Dan Lachica, Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation, or PCOR President, Ms. Josephine Romero, iPeople President and PISAC Member, Sir Fred Ayala. We'd also like to acknowledge former DTI Secretary Attorney Adrian Cristobal, Executive Director for the American Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines, Eb Hinchcliffe. Good morning. And AmCham's Aracada Project Director Katie Stuntz. From the private sector, members of MBC, SAPI, ICCP, and AmCham, thank you for joining us today. While I still have your attention, we'd like to take this opportunity to take a quick group photo. Our photographer Daryl will lead us for the group picture. Just stay in your seat and smile at the camera. All right. Thank you, Daryl. To officially begin the program, I'd like to invite Attorney Joey Ochave, Unilab Foundation's Executive Director, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Thank you. Sorry, I have to use my glasses. I'm getting old. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and partners. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the Advanced Manufacturing Stakeholder Forum. As we gather here, we celebrate the spirit of Bayanihan, a fundamental principle that guides Unilab's vision and mission. This forum represents a crucial step in our collective journey to prepare the Philippine workforce for the future of advanced manufacturing. We recognize the incredible husay of our countrymen. Filipinos are known for their success, and it's our responsibility to create the necessary spaces and invest in career opportunities that will empower them to reach their full potential. This program is our small contribution to support nation building and drive economic growth. We are privileged to have representatives from various sectors with us today. I will not mention your names anymore because they were mentioned already previously. And your presence highlights the importance of this collaborative effort in shaping the future of our workforce. I would like to extend a special welcome to Director General Kiko Benitez of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority. Your participation, sir, in our journey to upskill and reskill employees in the incoming workforce is indeed invaluable. Today marks a significant milestone with the unveiling of the AMDev, TESDA, competency standards and competency-based curriculum. This achievement represents our collective effort to bridge the skills gap and align our workforce with the demands of Industry 4.0. The AMDev's industry-led approach is designed to draw solutions directly from the industry, identify specific needs, outline necessary actions, and chart a path forward for sustainability. By integrating our efforts and institutionalizing regulations into educational frameworks, we are setting a new standard for workforce development that will drive productivity and competitiveness in our economy. As we embark on this forum, I encourage each of you to engage actively in the discussions, share your insights, and contribute to the collaborative spirit that defines this initiative. Together, we are building a foundation for a resilient, future-ready workforce that will propel the Philippine manufacturing sector to new heights and strengthen our global competitiveness. Thank you all for your dedication and commitment. Thank you for being with us today. I look forward to the productive discussions ahead and many milestones that we will achieve together. Maraming salamat po and welcome to the Advanced Manufacturing Stakeholder Forum.
Thank you, Attorney Joey, for welcoming us this morning. This forum is the perfect avenue to echo our commitments to education and training alongside government, the private sector, and educational institutions to cultivate supportive environments for talent development. To deliver a message of support from USAID Philippines, I'd like to now call on Michelle Chen, Director for the Office of Education. Michelle, please come on stage.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize a few people who are in this room for their participation and their support. I'd like to first start off by recognizing our TESDA team led by Kiko Benitez, the Director General, as well as the Deputy Director General, Rose Urdaneta, as well as Deputy Director General Nelly Nita Dilera. From our AMDev team, Alliance team, I'd like to recognize Attorney Joey Okave, Executive Director of Unilab Foundation. I'd also like to recognize Dan Lachica, AMDev's Chief of Party, and his team. I'd also like to recognize Bobby Batumbakal, Executive Director of the Makati Business Club, Dr. Gonzalez Serafica, President of System, Alan Timonera, President of FastTech, as well as Hobie Cortez, Executive Director of Bayan Innovation Group. On the private sector side, I would like to recognize Josephine Romero as well as Fred Ayala, and to our other higher education institution and industry partners who are here present with us today, good morning. On behalf of the U.S. Agency for International Development, I am honored to be here today with leaders from academia, government, and industry. For more than 6 decades, the U.S. government, through USAID, has been a strong ally to the Philippines, working closely with national and local government, local organizations, academia, and industry to promote economic growth and development. USAID's programming has focused on fostering democracy, supporting health and education, environmental conservation, economic growth, and humanitarian assistance. I'd like to take this opportunity today to speak a little bit about AMDev's uniqueness in the sphere of USAID's programming. It is where I've been working with USAID directly since 2009, and this is my 5th post. And it is the first time that I've actually seen us partner directly with industry and especially with Unilab to deliver some of our innovative programming. It's evident in the time that I've been here in this country that upskilling and reskilling is a huge need within advanced manufacturing. As the industry evolves with new technology and poses potential threats to displacing certain workers in the process, as you in industry would know better than I, there's a huge need to coordinate our efforts and consolidate our innovations and consolidate our investments to make sure that the Philippine worker has the competitive edge in this very competitive region. And I think here is where one of the strengths of AMDev really comes through. This intersection between government, academia, and industry is vitally important. We're seeing that partnerships with DOST laboratories that have the necessary equipment to be able to support key trainings, our higher education institution partners who also have the know-how and technical capacity to deliver on major transformative training in different industries, as well as our industry partners themselves, are playing a major role. For example, we are seeing that Unilab has been reaching out to using their own industry experts to provide technical training and support to upskill their own workers, as well as reaching out to other institutions such as high schools and training teachers and students, exposing them to some of the cutting edge opportunities that only an industry partner is able to provide. I think this is something that's worth replicating and something that we don't see often, especially on the development side in terms of our partnerships, and it's really worth replicating. And there are so many industry partners who are willing to move in that direction, but it's not their area of expertise working in development, nor is it their area of expertise in engaging necessarily with DepEd or TESDA or CHED. And so I think that's where AMDev can really add value and help facilitate some of those dialogues and conversations. I think on the part of the other aspect that I think is very laudable on the part of industry is their willingness to create different training opportunities and training courses that they're willing to offer to anybody who's interested, and beyond their own sphere of influence. So we've seen semiconductor electronic industry partners such as FastTech look at ways that they can expand their reach beyond those that they would immediately hire into their own institutions, but really build a pipeline for the Philippines in terms of expanding the skill sets of young people and existing workers, even in different companies, to be able to upskill their workforce. And so I think the opportunity to kind of build, to bring all of these different partners together through academia, through government, and through industry investments is something highly unique. And so as USAID, we are committed to equipping the Filipino workforce with the skills and competencies necessary for success in advanced manufacturing. And this can only be achieved, as I mentioned before, through effective collaboration among all sectors. Our discussions today, particularly within the framework of the Advanced Manufacturing Stakeholder Forum, are more than just conversations. They are commitments. Commitments to aligning higher education institution curricula with industry needs, to fostering multisectoral collaboration, and to continuing the promising momentum built in the first 2 years of the AMDev program. As AMDev opens another year, USAID will continue to support its vision as well as its promise to advance sustainable inclusive development in a way that prepares the workforce to become more adaptable and resilient in an ever-evolving and competitive world. I thank you so very much for your attendance today and your participation as you help shape the next year moving forward for AMDev. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle and USAID, for your continued support for AMDev's goals towards workforce development. To formally introduce our keynote speaker, may I invite the EMSC Director of MBC, Sasa Siriban, up to the stage.
Good morning. It is a delight that USAID initiatives are also being supported by the national government, and we are honored to be building a network among national government agencies like TESDA. We have the privilege of hearing from a visionary leader who has dedicated his life to advancing education and development in the Philippines. I am honored to introduce our keynote speaker, the Honorable Jose Francisco Benitez. Dr. Benitez is a distinguished figure in both public service and academia, with a proven track record of legislative accomplishments and innovative leadership. As the current Director General of the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, Dr. Benitez is at the forefront of efforts to equip Filipinos with the skills and knowledge that they need to succeed in the 21st century. His expertise in education, coupled with his passion for social justice, has made him a driving force behind landmark reforms in the Philippines. Prior to his appointment at TESDA, Dr. Benitez served as a member of the Philippine House of Representatives, representing the 3rd District of Negros Occidental. During his time in Congress, he authored several significant pieces of legislation, including those focused on education reform, creative industries, and environmental economic accounting. Dr. Benitez's commitment to excellence is evident in his academic achievements. He holds a PhD and a Master's of Arts in Comparative Literature from the University of Wisconsin-Madison and a Bachelor of Arts from Cornell University. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Francisco Benitez.
Thank you. To the superwoman in TESDA, I will start. Deputy Director General Rose Urdaneta. Para ho sa hindi nakakaalam, si Rose has been in service longer than TESDA has been alive officially. Nanggaling pa ho yan sa National Manpower and Youth Council, the predecessor or precursor of TESDA. And of course, USAID Philippine Office of Education Director Michelle Chen. Nice to see you again. I feel lucky to have seen you 2 days in a row on 2 separate events. Unilab Foundation Executive Director Joey Ochave. SAPI President and AMDev Chief of Party Dr. Dan Lechica. Makati Business Club Executive Director Bobby Batungbakal. And PCOR President Jopin Romero. To our distinguished panelists, to the business leaders present and the champions of the reskilling revolution for advanced manufacturing. Mayong aga sa inyo tanan. Good morning. When I was in Congress, and this might sound as if it happened so long ago, but this was really just a month, since I had to resign to take on the role of TESDA Director General. When I was in Congress, I authored a bill that establishes a framework to accelerate digital revolution in the country. In my explanatory note for the bill, I talked about how the digitalization of production processes and services across industries requires new skill sets. I talked about the need for a reskilling revolution parallel to the 4th Industrial Revolution's digital revolution, that after all has blurred the boundaries of many things that originally were considered culture versus nature. The bill made clear that we need to reskill and upskill our workforce to enable occupational mobility and career agility. As a side note, I also filed the bill upon the edging of Mr. Fred Ayala, who is in the audience, for a Jobs Next and vouchering program for upskilling as a separate bill. Nonetheless, in the Digital Transition Bill, I included provisions about developing digital literacy, but not just digital literacy in the form of skills to use and operate digital devices and software, but also data literacy and communication and collaboration skills, creativity, digital safety, and digital emotional intelligence, not only for our students and our learners, but as expectations for our teachers. Hindi ko na po natapos ang trabaho sa bill na ito. I was supposed to co-chair the technical working group that will draft the substitute bill. But here we are. I don't know if this is bigger and better, but here we are. Hindi ko po lubos naisip na the responsibility to facilitate and consolidate the reskilling revolution in the country in terms of the executive side will fall on me after all. The President's marching orders when I was appointed is to enhance the employability and employment outcomes of TechVoc graduates. I just presented yesterday to the President our priorities in TESDA. Malinaw sa akin that we have to address the job skills mismatch. Hindi swak ang qualifications ng ating graduates sa requirement ng emerging industries, neither in senior high school nor in college, partly because industry is changing much, much faster than our formal institutions can. Ano ba ang in-demand jobs ngayon? According to the World Economic Forum, Future of Jobs survey of 2023, the fastest growing jobs globally are the most technology-intensive jobs, such as data analysts, robotics technicians, and software developers. But what kind of graduates are we actually producing? In 2023, 236,000 of TechVoc graduates are from tourism alone. Only 89,000, or just 1/3, of tourism graduates are actually in electronics. Graduates of TechVoc courses in IT are even much fewer, only around 48,000. So don't get me wrong, importante po sa atin ang tourism, and we need a big tourism workforce. After all, tourism accounts for 8.6% of our GDP, let alone the remittances from OFWs in the hospitality industry globally. But we should also be training more people in electronics and IT. Indeed, the semiconductor and electronics industry is our biggest exporter, accounting for 60% of our total export in recent years. And in fact, for 2024, I believe, and 2023, for the first time in a long time, the rate of manufacturing growth in the Philippines exceeded that of services. So sa ngayon, these emerging industries require advanced and highly specialized skills, and we should be providing training for higher level qualifications. 65% of training regulations of TESDA are for NC1 or NC2 qualifications lang. Kaya ho nandito ang ating qualifications experts under DDG Rose and Director Elcid. In 2023, 74.6 or 8% of the graduates were from NC2 training programs. One of our priorities, as presented to the President, is to develop competency standards and or training regulations for new and higher level qualifications, and to allocate more scholarships, actually, for learners in NC3 and NC4 and diploma programs as TESDA's side of universal access to quality tertiary education. On this note, we are making headway already, and I think the rest of this morning and this afternoon's conversations will be about how to make sure we can do this faster, particularly for advanced manufacturing. In collaboration with AMDev, TESDA has so far developed 10 competency standards for level 3 qualifications relevant to the manufacturing sector. Standards for level 3, particularly in machine maintenance and production operation. Prior to this, TESDA had already developed competency standards for 32 manufacturing-related qualifications. We are grateful to AMDev and USAID, of course, for initiating this partnership. We hope to partner with more business groups to translate industry requirements into more competency standards because we wish for TESDA to be a demand-driven TVET, and not just demand-driven, but as much as we can, industry-driven TVET. This is what TESDA needs to broaden and to deepen. DGD Nelly is supposed to be coming, but she's not here yet. Ito po ang pinatatrabaho natin sa kanya, forging strong partnerships with business groups and enterprises to align our training programs with market and industry needs. We are also initiating discussions with PEZA and DTI to tap enterprises in economic zones to co-develop with us competency standards and training regulations, and also to provide enterprise-based training. For this is another of our priorities presented to the President yesterday, expanding enterprise-based training. The National Technical Education Skills Development Plan intended to expand enterprise-based training from 4% to 20% by this year. Hindi po nangyari yan because we are at 8.7%, around 9%. So uulitin po namin ulit that we would like to expand enterprise-based training to become eventually at least 20%, if not up to 40% in the next 2 to 3 years. Based on data, enterprise-based training yields high employment for its graduates. In 2022, the employment rate for enterprise-based training graduates is at 85.48%. We hope to see more businesses offer EBT and accommodate more EBT learners as we anticipate the signing of the new EBT law soon, which has just, after all, been ratified by both houses of Congress. Aside from a higher tax deduction under the new EBT law from 50% to 75%, and we are hoping someone tries to avail from the BIR, malinaw ang incentive for businesses to invest in enterprise-based training. And EBT builds a talent pipeline for companies. TESDA is also working with DepEd on embedding TVET learning outcomes in senior high school and, in fact, junior high school curricula. I understand this is also one of the advocacies of AMDev. Ang gusto natin, work-ready na ang senior high school graduates natin. Nagbabago na din po kasi ang perception ng ating business leaders. According to PBED, in 2018, only 3 out of 5 businesses were willing to hire K-12 graduates. Now, in 2024, 4 out of 5 businesses are willing to hire K-12 graduates. Kaya po, puspusan na din ang pag-assess ng TESDA sa mga senior high school TVL graduates natin so that they can get their certifications para may maipakita sila sa potential employers na katunayan ng kanilang kakayahan. DepEd and TESDA has so far identified 197,000 senior high school TVL graduates in school year 23-24 to be assessed. We do need to make sure that we maximize our workforce fourth industrial revolution transition to higher skills and higher value work in target growth sectors, both in formal education of DepEd and CHED for higher education, as well as apprenticeships and EBT in industry. For all of these actions, TESDA cannot do it alone. Kailangan namin ng tulong po ninyo. We are thankful for USAID for supporting policies and programs like AMDev that aim to recalibrate and strengthen our TVET ecosystem to produce graduates who are competitive and agile, ready to take on new jobs in our changing economy. In fact, I was with Michelle Chen yesterday for the graduation of out-of-school youth from food and beverages services training in McDonald's branches as part of a USAID project. After all, McDonald's is probably the most important and most recognizable American fast food chain. But I have also been told by Director Michelle Chen that Jollibee will also follow suit very soon. Michelle, I will say again now what I told Ambassador Carlson yesterday. I hope that we will continue to have the U.S. government and USAID as our partners as we expand our training ecosystem to supply the job demands of emerging industries. To everyone here today, let us continue working together to transform and strengthen our workforce, to reskill and upskill more Filipinos to enhance their employability and competitiveness in the job market, both locally and abroad. Together, let us advance the reskilling revolution to equip our youth with advanced and highly specialized skills to support our manufacturing sector, especially our semiconductor and electronics industry, as well as accelerate our economic transformation and enable sustained and sustainable economic development for all. Together, i-level up pa natin ang TVET. Let us reskill our workforce so we can unlock their full potential. TESDA, through its TechVOC training programs, has transformed many lives throughout the 30 years of its existence. Sama-sama para marami pa tayong matutulungang makaalpas sa kahirapan. Together, we can do more, we can do better, and the Filipino workforce benefits sa ating, sinabi na kanina ni Mr. Uchaving, pagbayanihan. We can, in fact, make sure that TechVOC is recognized as the best source of workforce readiness, that TESDA and TechVOC can be recognized as a proper career pathway and employment for the lives of every Filipino. We can make sure sa ating pagbayanihan that we can be TESDA best. Sama-sama sa TESDA, kayang-kaya. Madamo gid nga salamat sa inyo tanan.
Thank you, DG Kiko, for your wonderful keynote speech. We look forward to continue the work AMDev has started with TESDA and strengthen our initiatives for creating a competitive and skilled labor workforce influenced by industry-driven TVET under your leadership, particularly for the advanced manufacturing sector. We'd like to now take advantage of this opportunity to highlight our multi-sectoral efforts for creating learners and graduates with quality competencies. So the next session of the program will be the ceremonial launch of the AMDev TESDA curricula, particularly the developed competency standards and competency-based curriculum for manufacturing. AMDev collaborated with TESDA to create several competency standards and competency-based curriculum tailored for various manufacturing qualifications. This achievement is significant as it addresses the skills gap in the manufacturing sector, enhancing the employability of graduates and facilitating their transition into the workforce. Allow me to call on Christine Lapada of the Unilab Foundation to lead the ceremonial launch.
Thank you, Marie. Ladies and gentlemen, we've reached a major milestone today. It's with huge excitement that we launch the competency standards and competency-based curricula, a testament to the power of collaboration and AMDev's vision. We're not just unveiling a document, we're celebrating a breakthrough. This launch marks a turning point in workforce development, specifically designed to meet the evolving demands of the manufacturing industry. It's a product of bringing together industry, government, and academia to create a training system that's not only practical, but also forward-thinking and future-ready. Behind this accomplishment is the dedication and expertise of our industry technical experts. Their invaluable insights have helped shape training standards that address the real-world challenges in advanced manufacturing. It's through their guidance that we ensure our workforce is not only prepared, but empowered to excel in a fast-evolving high-tech industry. At this point, we'd like to honor and acknowledge the companies who have generously contributed their time and expertise to this initiative. Without their support, this would not have been possible. Fastech Advanced Assembly. Nexum EMD Technologies Philippines. TESDA Group. Western Digital. ICCP Group Foundation. Semiconductors and Electronics Industry in the Philippines Foundation, SAPI. Center for Integrated STEM Education and Microchip Technology. MIT Open Learning, and Barletta Precision Manufacturing. We also extend our sincere gratitude to TESDA for facilitating this process and providing the framework through which the standards and curricula have been developed. This launch exemplifies the remarkable outcomes that can be achieved when the private sector, government, and education institutions come together in pursuit of a shared goal. Today's launch represents more than just the unveiling of new standards. It marks a pivotal step in shaping the future of Philippine manufacturing. These competency standards and competency-based curricula will empower our workforce with the skills, adaptability, and expertise needed to tackle the challenges of Industry 4.0 and beyond, positioning our nation to compete effectively on the global stage. We are proud to introduce the 10 Level 3 competency standards and competency-based curricula developed for production operators and maintenance technicians in the manufacturing sector. These are for function test machine maintenance, wafer sort equipment maintenance, package marking machine maintenance, molding machine maintenance, trim and form machine maintenance, production operation molding, production operation saw wafers, production operation die attach, production operation wire bonding, and production operation sort wafers. By aligning training with industry needs, we are not only strengthening the manufacturing sector, but also advancing our national development agenda. And now we invite to the stage our industry technical experts, TESDA Director General Francisco Kiko Benitez, TESDA Deputy Director General for Policy and Planning, Rosana Ordaneta, TESDA Qualifications and Standards Office Executive Director, Elcide Castillo, USAID Office of Education Director, Michelle Chen, AMDev Chief of Party, Dan La Chica, Unilab Foundation Executive Director, Attorney Joey Ochave, and Bayan Innovation Group Executive Director, Hobie Cortez. This launch is a statement of our collective commitment to preparing a future-ready workforce, one that is capable of driving innovation and competitiveness in industries. Ladies and gentlemen, this marks the launch of the AMDev TESDA Competency Standards and Competency-Based Curricula. May we request our VIPs to stay on stage? And may we call on our representatives from our participating companies to join us for this special moment. Thank you, and you may now go back to your seats.
At saka ano,
Nawala ang seat.
Nakuha ka naman. And Clint said, you know, just don't, not just allied health.
Andyan ang stage. Yeah. Congratulations, a big round of applause to AMDev and all who played a role in this initiative. On behalf of USAID, Unilab Foundation, and AMDev program, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your dedication and contribution. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, AMDev and TESDA, for another milestone. Now we will hear from the AMDev Chief of Party, Dan La Chica, to introduce the Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Development Alliance Program.
Thank you, Marie. Okay, we have a few of our VIPs who had to step out for other engagements, but nonetheless, we really appreciate our new DG Secretary, Keiko Benitez, for coming, of course. DDG Rose is still here, and ED Elsid is here. Thank you for all your support. And if you don't mind, I'll just dispense with the introduction of the VIP. So that was done eloquently well by Marie and Michelle, and even DG Kiko. So I'll just dive right into our update. So esteemed guests and representatives from the national and local government industry leaders and valued colleagues within the advanced manufacturing sector, I extend a warm welcome to you all. Of course, as you know, this is an AMDev event in partnership with AmCham. In addition to my role at AMDev and SAPI, I'm also the chair of the manufacturing committee of AmCham. And we appreciate your support and the members' presence today. In the past decade, the economic landscape has undergone a generational renaissance. Technological advancements have transformed industries, creating new opportunities and demanding new skills. The pace of innovation is accelerating, and we can expect to see even more and novel roles emerge in the coming years. However, while this transformation is happening, we cannot neglect one critical sector, and that is education. For far too long, academia has been the domain of educators, and the private sector dominated by business leaders. Now, the status quo is no longer adequate in a world where technological disruptions and economic shifts occur in an unprecedented rate. Education and workforce development must go hand in hand. The skills required for success in today's job market are evolving rapidly, demanding a more agile and adaptable educational system. Our current educational system, rooted in the industrial era, often prioritizes rote learning and standardized skills, which may not be the most effective approach for the modern world. The World Economic Forum is finding that 34% of students feel unprepared for the job market. It's a stark reminder of this document. In the Philippines, the Jobs and Labor Market Forecast identifies key sectors driving future employment: electronics manufacturing, information technology, business process management, construction, logistics, agriculture, and healthcare. The evidence of our potential is clear. The Philippines achieved a strong economic growth of 6.1% in the first half of 2024, as reported by the ASEAN Plus 3 Macroeconomic Research Office. The confluence of cost effectiveness and a readily available workforce has emerged as a critical determinant of success of success in today's global manufacturing landscape. Countries such as Vietnam and Malaysia have astutely recognized this, making substantial investments in skills development and education to bolster their competitive edge. The Philippines aspires to follow suit by strategically investing in skills enhancement and education. We can position our country as a premier destination for advanced manufacturing. National Economic and Development Authority Secretary Arsenio Balisacan noted that the digital technologies play a pivotal role in enhancing public sector employment facilitation, training programs, and skills forecasting. This emphasizes the crucial need for continuous investment in technological advancement to foster productivity and create high-quality job opportunities. Success requires a skilled workforce. This is where we at AMDev come in. A collaborative effort facilitated by USAID and the Unilab Foundation, this program embodies Unilab's core value of bayanihan by uniting industry, government, and academia. Our industry-led model aims to develop sustainable policies that contribute to national development and support the implementation of the Trabajo para sa Bayan and Tatak Pinoy laws. Our core objective is to empower the Filipino workforce, both existing and incoming, through targeted skills training and development programs. In collaboration with our alliance partners, we are redefining the Philippines' advanced manufacturing sector in the areas of curriculum development, policy reforms, and sustainability. We have meticulously crafted a catalog of functional and enabling courses with Amherst Laboratories, Belmont Softgel Pharma, Fastech Advanced Assembly, System, and Massachusetts Institute of Technology, OL. The recent launch of the Introduction to Digital Threads and the Corrective and Preventive Action, or CAPA, has added 35 trained individuals, and more anticipated with upcoming course offerings to be launched along with the establishment of the AMDev Future Factory, a completely free and self-paced learning hub tailored to the specific needs of advanced manufacturing, which will be unveiled tomorrow. Oh, by the way, this is going to be unveiled at TESDA. Thank you for allowing us to use your facility. We also work with TESDA, Bayan Academy, and AMDev Curriculum Cluster on training regulations to ensure seamless alignment between workforce qualifications and industry standards. Today, as part of that effort, we just launched the 10 curriculum standards and the 10 competency-based curricula, and I was just informed that the TESDA team worked till midnight to complete the final version of the CBC. Thank you to your team, EDL Sid, and of course, DDG Rose. Kala nyo, manufacturer lang ng 24/7, eh? TESDA also. Moreover, AMDev will also lead the development of the Philippine Skills Framework for advanced manufacturing, which will be the first PSF aligned with the Philippine Qualifications Framework, and we'll be working with DDG Nelly on that. Our training programs are in full swing. Apart from the online courses, we are also conducting in-person training sessions on hazard identification, risk assessment and control, or HIRAC, digital fluency, critical thinking, and the first ever in-person CAPA in the Light Industry and Science Park in Laguna and Batangas, the Cebu Light Industrial Park, and yesterday at the Hermosa Ecozone and Industrial Park in Bataan. To date, we have successfully equipped 5,278 individuals with Industry 4.0 skills, 566 of which are senior high school students. Currently, this program has exceeded our Year 2 target by some 306%. Thank you. We have covered our bases in Luzon by establishing our first 2 AMIs in the north with Unilab's Belmont Softgel Pharma and Amherst Laboratories in the south. In July, we established the Department of Science and Technology Advanced Manufacturing Center, or AMSEN, as the third AMI in the capital. Last month, our AMI network finally reached the Visayas through our partnership with Teradyne, the country's leading provider of advanced testing and automation solutions. Our goal really is to expand the AMI network nationwide. And earlier, we were talking to the secretary about the TVI concept and how eventually the AMIs can morph into TVIs. Right, Hobie? On the professional development front, we are proud to acknowledge the successful completion of the organizational development and change management for advanced manufacturing and talent management courses by 31 strategic HR management program participants, facilitated by the Ateneo Center for Organizational Development, or Ateneo CORD. Our partnership with People Management Association of the Philippines further reinforces our commitment in fostering HR and organizational development communities of practice. This Friday, September 27, we will hold a symposium on workforce and organizational development. So you're all invited as well. Can I say that? I have to consult with our team here. I might get in trouble and pay for it out of my own pockets. Oh, and additionally, AMDev and De La Salle University, the School of Lifelong Learning, or DLSU SOL, launched a comprehensive Advanced Manufacturing Technologies Executive Development course, or AMTech ED, catering to the C-suite and technical and operations managers with 6 courses, namely Big Data, Cybersecurity, Cloud Computing, Augmented Reality, Advanced Robotics, and Artificial Intelligence. It's going to be ironic, right, when we train the workforce and the executives and managers don't have a clue as to what they're doing. So that's why we launched this program. 24 executives finished cloud computing last September 7, and this Saturday, we will commence the course on big data analytics. We are actively laying the groundwork. Oh, by the way, I would like to add that we're working with a renowned university. I won't mention the name yet, although the president is here on this side of the room. I won't tell who. But they're developing a micro-credential course, this time for engineers and technical talent, that will, I think it's made up of 5 courses, but this is for the engineers, like I said, leading to, they're stackable, leading to a diploma in intelligent manufacturing. But we're working out the details. That's why I can't reveal the identity of the university. So we are actively laying the groundwork for continued leadership and influence within the industry through platforms like AMDev quarterly meetings and Stakeholder Forum and the establishment of the Advanced Manufacturing Skills Council's operational framework. We aim, we aim to ensure that the AMDev's impact on society endures beyond 2027. This is through the establishment of AMSC, or the Advanced Manufacturing Skills Council. Our accomplishments demonstrate significant promise for expansion. Year 3 offers unparalleled chances to strengthen partnerships with the government, industry, and higher education. By the way, we're also working with PSAC, represented here by Fred Ayala, for workforce development. And so by working together, we can create a specialized micro-credentials course or program that enhances workforce capabilities. We have expanded the network of HEIs nationwide by partnering with Cebu Institute of Technology University and the Holy Angel University in Pampanga. This is just the beginning, as we envision building a strong foundation of learning hubs, cultivating a skilled and flexible labor pool. AMDev, with the support of USAID and Unilab Foundation in collaboration with the entire alliance, all of them are here, is dedicated to intensifying our commitment to this goal. To maintain the Philippines' leadership in this dynamic landscape, AMDev, together with our alliance partners, will drive towards industrial transformation. And I thank you all for participating here today, because we expect to broaden our network. So our shared dedication to Husay at Malasakit is at the heart of AMDev's mission. We invite you to join us in shaping the country's future Thank you for all your attention, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Sir Dan, for giving us a helpful overview of AMDev, what the program offers, and the journey it took us to get to where we are today. Congratulations to the Alliance for almost 2 years of this shared mission for workforce development in advanced manufacturing. We will now proceed to the Alliance presentations. These presentations are intended to share the work of our Alliance partners on creating enabling environments for learning in the manufacturing sector. Particularly, these presentations will highlight our work with the development of curriculum standards with TESDA. Our first presenter is Dr. Gonzalo Serafica, the Executive Director of the Center for Integrated STEM Education Incorporated, or SYSTEM, who spearheaded the development of the AMDev's Advanced Manufacturing Workforce Survey, curriculum architecture, and other knowledge products together with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Open Learning. Today, he will be presenting an overview of the process for developing competency standards, competency-based curriculum, and training regulations. Doc Al, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again for the opportunity for all the attendees today to see what we've done for the last 2 years in AMDev. Today, I'll be discussing how sausage was made. So yun yung task list ko. Exactly. I was given 10 minutes, essentially. Our main output for the last 2 years, we started in October 2022, and we actually did a 500 company survey where 240 respondents was able to provide us with the data, the needs assessment for advanced manufacturing. Then we moved on to doing the competency frameworks together with E.D. Nelly, who's not here today, but with PTTC Group. I see Raymond and definitely early on, because that's what USEC FITA asked us to eventually come up with the PSF for manufacturing. And of course, as part of our effort to develop for lack of a better word, a grocery for all the courses, we have to develop our advanced manufacturing curriculum together with MIT OL based on their experience in Bridge in Massachusetts, which is implemented by most of the community college. And so these are the 3 main outputs on the back end before we started to do most of the TR development and competency standards and the CBC for TESDA. So just to give you an indicator from the survey, most of our respondents are actually in Region 4A. That's why if you hear some of this move towards putting up schools and advanced manufacturing institutes, 62% are in that location. But there are some pockets in Cebu. That's why we have an AMI now in Cebu. But hoping that we'll have some also eventually in Cagayan de Oro, probably for food, and up in Baguio where some manufacturing is happening as well. But definitely, if you can see the involvement of the HEIs and the TVIs, it will be most likely to start in Laguna. As to the output of the survey, this is the various industries that participated. Definitely semiconductor has been well represented, as well as the plastic industries. But there are very diverse industries involved in advanced manufacturing. And what we learned is that there's very huge need for proficiency, both for enabling as well as functional competency. Also, definitely this helped us prioritize what the ask of industry is. Specifically, again, I can not go to the details, I just wanted to show that we focused specifically for junior personnel, the bottom, where most of the workers needs to be upskilled. Of course, the competency framework was then developed based on the learnings that we already have from PTTC's effort for the 4 different PSFs at that point. I just saw the latest PSF for analytics and AI. And again, we're learning, we're not a siloed institution in AMDev. We learn and use whatever's out there in order to incorporate so that whatever we come up with, it's the latest, hopefully the greatest as well. So Part of that effort, indeed, was looking at what Edie Nelly shared with us very early on in the development. I think this is even mask meetings. May COVID pa nung panahon na to. And we were able to comb through it together with, I think, my part of our curriculum development team, Dom and Luan, I think, is in the audience today. This is part of the task. We also looked at, of course, the Department of Labor in the US on how they describe the skills for advanced manufacturing. And this is what we eventually came up with, specific for operators and technicians, because we needed to kind of focus initially for our listing for both enabling competencies, which, as I was telling Director General Kiko kanina, they are transferable on almost all of the different industries. So the beauty of it is enabling competencies like critical thinking, decision making, problem solving, numeracy. These are very demanded skills for almost all industries and not only in advanced manufacturing. As for the other functional competencies, this is a good task that the team of George Westerman, Dr. George Westerman from MIT, has been very focused in terms of fulfilling the needs and then eventually, of course, having to localize it. And part of that effort now is ongoing in face-to-face delivery. And of course, part of our objective in AMDev is to be able to encompass all the needs of advanced manufacturing industries based on the survey. So think of it as a house that a plan for a building where we can accommodate all the various industries that are doing advanced manufacturing with their own specific libraries in each of the rooms, depending on what your needs are. So that, to me, at least, is the translation of an architecture. So part of that is definitely being able to have both essential and higher. Hi, Edie Nelly. Or DDG Nelly now. Okay. I just finished the PSF collaborations that we did. But based on those two previous activities, they ended up proceeding indeed for looking at the architecture, which would then be sort of the basis for us going with our other process with TESDA. And definitely being able to map out such competencies, which is a typical activity apparently with TESDA as well, when we were going with it with Elcid and Edwin, mapping is a standard practice. So clearly, we were on the right track when we were confirmed. So between the PSF and the mapping and the architecture, we're ready to then face TESDA. And of course, my last presentation was with PTTC and Edie Nelly before she heard that she's moving to TESDA. All right. So, but one thing for sure, especially for Industry 4.0 pillars and skills, they're not going to be easy for our workers. That's why we have to craft almost a 4-level stratified instruction, starting from just awareness. This is probably more implemented in NC 1 and 2 to make them aware, maybe junior and senior high. Moving to foundational for actually the people who's going to take on the job. And then advanced for hopefully we can help here Doji on the engineers as well. And of course on the specialized, I rely on my network of National Academy and advanced research scientists for those instructions as well. So it will be 4 levels, and right now we're pretty much focused on the first 2. So here we are. I think Dan already presented most of the rolled out courses, definitely on our enabling competencies. These are now being tested or feasibility tested or evaluated with our training program partners, ICCP. There's a group now in Hermosa, Bataan, I know, that's delivering these courses already as well. And I think Dan alluded to our 5,200 test learners already to date. So I have the older numbers, but this is, again, the engagement that we have done. As I told DDG Rose, we're not only in the process of developing, we're actually testing it as we speak in terms of mode of delivery, learning outcomes, pre and post testing, and what are the bottlenecks in order for an efficient delivery later down the road. So in year 3, we'll be very much on the ground at this point, together with our TVIs, hopefully, and our HEIs, to further refine. We're in an iterative mode at this point, and also from a listening mode on what the learners on the ground are asking us to do. So with that, I think for the TESDA standards, I think it got, there you go. I'm not going to read the audience anymore, but definitely this is the work that we're doing together with TESDA that started with Hobie, with Bayan Academy, with an earlier start, I would say. He's been doing it for 2 years beforehand, so it's actually the 6 months that we were doing AMDev development with them was pretty much accelerated with the mapping activities for a specific task in the semiconductor industry. And then, of course, we are in the process of completing the CBC, and part of that is definitely finding out what we need for our workers to be able to deliver. And part of our process starts with your job posting, your demand, what your task would be when you get hired, what skills do you need to perform those tasks, and then what courses will match and enable you to deliver. So clearly, that process is a very much similar way of TESDA's development, so we're aligned in that regard. So definitely, we're now looking into connecting our survey. So I was just seated beside DDG Rose. I said we will bring industry to TESDA in terms of their wants and needs. And together with ED Nelly, definitely we will be able to hopefully make a dent this year and year 3. Yeah? So there you go. I think that's it. So again, the process has already started. You saw the output already. And SAP's role definitely in the mapping as well as in the functional analysis. We got our subject matter experts providing it. And of course, the process is quite laborious. I attended several of those over a 2-month period. And clearly, it is almost line-by-line analysis of each task with their SME. And definitely our role in industry is well defined with TESDA. So I think we're ready to go and we've developed it. Now we'll continue to expand on those experience. And thanks again to Bayan Academy and the other partners in the curriculum development team. So with that, I think time's up. Key highlights, we already did the signing, experts, I just said that. And where's my thank you slide? Okay, I think you know this. Dan already outlined the goals. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc Al, for your presentation. This paints a clear picture of the important role of organizations like System to support academic initiatives for enriching knowledge and skills in manufacturing. Before we move forward, I'd like to acknowledge DDG Nelly of TESDA, Deputy Director General for TVET Partnerships and Community TVET. Our next presenter is Mr. Alan Timonera, President of FASTEC. He will be discussing the private sector perspective on competency standards, competency-based curriculum, and training regulations. Sir Alan has over 30 years of industry experience and has worked on various electronic technologies from inception to their eventual business adoption for global trade and commerce. His work focused on power semiconductors and electronic systems, which are now present in electric vehicles and renewable energy applications. In 2012, he embarked on his first collaboration with the Academe, which later became the Center for Microelectronics Development at Faith Colleges in Batangas. Alan is also an adjunct professor at the Asian Institute of Management, teaching operations management for Industry 4.0. Please help me welcome on stage Mr. Alan Timonera.
Good morning, and as with what Dan has said, I will dispense with the welcoming. So my role here is to give the perspective from an actual living enterprise. And unlike Sal's presentation, I promise this will be brief. This is a couple of slides. I'd like to talk or share in this morning two main themes and allow me to share the thoughts on how we receive it from our side. The task of collaborating within a multi-sectoral environment to develop competency and standards or competency-based curriculum and training regulations can be characterized, among others, as always resource and time constrained. Thus, the need to prioritize along the lines of which industry sector have demonstrated competitiveness in the regional and global markets, and that show significant potential for growth. We need to prioritize. There's a lot of work. Prior to this conference, I took a look at the PQF. That's a lot of pages. And the question boils down now is, establishing those is just the start. Maintaining that, evolving that, is actually the long game. The second point now that I would like to emphasize why the need to prioritize. Because these industries are farther along the development curve, having built significant capabilities and infrastructure through past and ongoing investments. They also benefit from a more mature network or ecosystem. As a result, efforts don't need to start from scratch. And when properly leveraged, they can be highly cost-effective collaborators. The second point is speed to execution. Without being critical of the process, in a high volume, high velocity global landscape, 1 year is an eternity. I would best illustrate this point on events that transpired, as mentioned earlier, 30 years, was it? So I had the privilege of looking this from a 30-year lens. In 1990 to early 2000, unbeknownst to most, Philippines together with Singapore were the two countries that manufactured and supplied a majority of the global hard disk drives. Let's put it at 80%, split evenly between Singapore and Philippines. This was made possible by the determined efforts of the early entrants. They really came in. The training was done. Entire production lines were done in Japan. While the factory was being constructed, the training was taking place. Tens and dozens of people. So that's velocity. This practice, which had a positive early outcome, became the template. We hosted the top 4 Japanese disk drive makers in the Philippines during this period. The combined result was a cycle of rapid increase in skilled personnel, feeding on the company's desire or need for faster time to market operations. This period created a very large pool, thousands of skilled manufacturing personnel focused on hard disk drives. In a brief period of around 7 years, Philippines went from 0 disk drives to 40% of global demand. That's putting that into context. How do we sustain that? Which brings me to the third point. A lot of people say, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We take the contrarian view. Break it anyway and improve on it. Competitive demand of the market, in this particular, the disk drive industry, the technology appended the accumulated capability of the industry. By 2005 and 2010, the disk drive technology has changed from an electromechanical device to a purely solid-state device. That's why you have your USBs now. USBs did not exist before 2005. So, I go back to the first point. Establishing standards, training regulations is not an easy part, but it's only the first step. Sustaining, making it relevant. Somehow Singapore during this period was able to transition from manufacturing to leveraging those skills. Today, the disk drive industry is but a shadow of its old self. A lot of lessons can be glimpsed from this experience, perhaps on another forum or after lunch. The other slide I would like to propose is to have a fresh approach to collaborative process where the government shares decision-making responsibilities and the private sector, or other stakeholders for that matter, takes on greater ownership and accountability. From being a multisectoral, primarily characterized as consultative, let's share the decision-making process. I would like to take the line from a draft study that AMDev commissioned with the Ateneo Center for Economic Research and Development. One of the lines that caught my attention was, it should be acknowledged that the motivation for industry players to be truly engaged is not a given. Why? It takes a lot of resources to participate in this kind of endeavors. While it is important, we do have a business to run. But with the proper incentive and motivation that comes with being part of the decision-making process, the desire will become a commitment to truly engage. Last week, we had an animated discussion with Attorney Joey Chaviano while we were planning in Clark. And I would like to echo a similar statement. If you want to have a seat on the table, you've got to put the skin in the game. Joey was saying, look, if you're going to talk about, let's make sure everyone brings something to the table. As they say, talk is cheap. To ensure that stakeholders that participate in the task of developing these competency standards, CBC and TRs, in particular, those of us from industry are open and willing to leverage our resources to the effort. The reciprocity manifests in various forms: personal time away from their work, access to in-house developed training resources, and sometimes sharing certain proprietary information, and ultimately also investing our own money. So that is, in a nutshell, how I would view the lens, through the lens of a private industry enterprise player, the efforts that are taking place. We are appreciative, but we also would like to emphasize these points. I think the floor is ready for more questions in the panel, so I will end, as promised, with 2 slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Alan, for your presentation. This assures us that other private companies like Fastech can find themselves instrumental to the development of competitive learning standards to create well-equipped learners. All right, so now that we have heard and are more familiar with what AMDev does, we will now move forward with our first panel discussion for this program today, which will revolve around the benefits of an industry-led workforce development program to national development. So we invite Sir Dan, Doc Al, Sir Alan, and our representative from the government, Deputy Director General for Policy and Planning of TESDA, Ms. Rose Ordaneta, to come up on stage. So they will be our panelists for today. So this session will be moderated by Hobie Cortez, Executive Director of Bayan Innovation Group.
Good morning, everyone, and good morning, our dear panelists. I am Hobie Cortez from the Innovation Group of Bayan Academy, one of the alliance partners of the AMDev program. And it's a pleasure to moderate this panel discussion. We are here to discuss something that is really at the heart of the AMDev program, which is an industry-led and demand-driven approach to workforce development and how this approach benefits national development. So, the flow of this panel, I'll be giving a question for everyone first, and then I'll be going through the individual panelists, starting with Dr. Dan Lachica, Sir Alan, and then DDG Rose. So the very first question, let's get right into it. Anyone can answer first. The Advanced Manufacturing Alliance has been working on aligning workforce skills with industry needs. From your perspective, how does an industry-led approach to workforce development directly contribute to national development, particularly in terms of economic growth, job creation, and the Philippines' global competitiveness? Diretso na po tayo.
Okay, since I'm the closest to the moderator, I'll take the mic. I'll just focus on the two aspects. First, the context of workforce development in advanced manufacturing vis-a-vis competitiveness. Okay. A workforce skills development that are tightly coupled to the needs of the industry can bring positive impact to the enterprises, especially those that operate and cater to the global markets. I'm saying this because it's easy to be content with the local environment. But the reality is growth can be achieved nowadays only through the global markets. The availability and readiness of a skill-matched, I would say, skill-matched workforce, again, I go back to my previous statement, can become a competitive advantage, especially in time-to-market competition. The technology-based products and services have time-limited value capture. What is important now could be easily appended in 6 months, 1 year time frame. If we spend more than the necessary time crafting the preparatory work, then the opportunity will pass by. Then we will be rendered with a developed workforce with no customers. I would like to end at that.
Thank you, sir.
I'll defer to Beauty next.
DDG Rose.
Let me start it this way. We are, the law which created TESDA is actually, enshrined in the law is a industry-led mantra. Hindi lang ho halata. Because a lot of things have challenged us also during the process of trying to really engage with the industry. Madaming challenges, primarily because if we develop a training regulation, it takes us 1 year. Alam ni Sir Dan Lachica because he was a TESDA board member. 1 year, not because solely our fault, but because the industry wouldn't have much time to sit down with us. So, ano naman ho ang kaanuhan nun sa national growth or economic growth? The reason why I started with that particular statement is that we in TESDA would like to encourage each and every one of you present here to really work with us so that we could align our programs and the programs of HEIs and TVIs to the market needs. Primarily because if you align it to the market needs, then there should be and must be a focused and targeted program execution. Ang nangyayari ho ngayon, when we had a study in all of our national certificate programs implemented by several TVIs, 4,000 at that, 80% is on bread and pastry production. Manufacturing pa rin naman po. Pero tinapay nga lang, food production. So that's basically, you already try to visualize that there's a mismatch, di ba? Dun pa lang po na data that we have extracted from our data sets. So when we have industry engagement, then we would be able to align our programs to market needs. Second is increased productivity. When you have this particular programs that have been done with the industry, so ang iniisip po na industry, sorry po, pero ito yung totoo profit di ba? So what we can give you if you have a program that you have developed with us and a training regulation that you have developed with us, then it increases the possibility or the probability that the person or the learner would have a quality output, the worker would have a quality output that will provide that particular avenue in order for you to have a profitable company or industry. So number 3 is competitiveness, as we have, ang dami pong Pilipino, kahit hindi dito nagtatrabaho, but when kaya nga may DMW na tayo, Department of Migrant Workers, because a lot of our Filipinos would opt to really work outside of the country. And when you have that, you can create a pipeline of workers. Even they go out of the country, you still have pool of workers in the Philippines. So it gives us a sense of being competitive in the international standards because the industry was the one who curated the whole process of the development as well as the implementation execution. That's why there's this AMDev. Thank you for Dan Lachica and Fred Ayala. They came up with this in the EDCOM recommendations. So the AMDev law will soon be with us because Senator Kiko emphasized to the President that ma-approve na po niya yon as soon as possible so that we would be able to have a freer engagement. Kasi parang ang tingin ko, kanina nag-uusap po kami sa table namin, parang tubig at langis kasi yung gobyerno at saka yung industriya. Medyo 10 to 20 years ago, there's a trust issue. Thanks to Sir Dan Lachica because he became a TESDA board member. So ang bilis nitong AMDev Imagine when you are able to come up with competency standards in terms of those numbers, grabe na po yun. Talagang congratulations. Why? Kasi you exerted effort talaga in sitting down together, curating these training regulations. So, if ever ganon po ang participation ng industry, yung hindi, kasi minsan po may mga industry sectors na kailangan kami pan lumapit sa TESDA. Sa dami po ng ginagawa namin, hindi na rin po namin kaya. So, I'm trying to encourage, if we really want to have an economic growth, kasi nakakahiya na po dahil ang Vietnam masyado nang mas malakas kesa sa atin, then we should be really work together. We should really work together and we should push this thing forward. So, yun lang po.
Thank you, Didi Rose. Sir Dan or Doc Al?
Tinauna na ako. Listen to your elders. Yeah, actually for me, the motivation for this project, I've been involved in several other projects. I'm also a balik scientist looking at the technology commercialization. And my hope actually with AMDev is to provide the workers for the advanced industries that will be coming forth. I have specifically in genomics and besides the semiconductor, I see this as a testing ground of the best practices to train our workers, and that will result to new products being made in the Philippines that will then translate into higher paid manufacturing workers that will then increase our economic output. So the 60% of semiconductor now, hopefully within 80% if you include the other biotech and medical devices, which that's my industry in the health sector naman, to be able to do that. But it starts with enabling competencies, the DG Rose. Kaya that's how I see our earlier efforts in developing the enabling competencies that's demanded by the survey is clearly the path forward for not only advanced manufacturing, but the rest of the sectors of the Philippines. So I think if we started here now with our Bayanihan, it becomes a glowing model and example on how to develop new industries that's really coming up that will enhance our productivity and our competitiveness in the future. So yun na lang muna. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc.
My turn, no choice na, no? Okay. Everything that Alan, the DG Rose, and Al said, pinauna ko sila para sasabihin ko na lang. Ako rin. Anyway, seriously though, like Hobie said, I guess from my initial perspective without AMDev yet, industry and industry associations were actually, you know, wanting to work with government agencies to be able to help us, to be able to facilitate and resolve our problems. Unfortunately, not all the agencies have the same kind of sense of urgency. We were fortunate that, for example, with DTI, you know, they were able, under former Secretary Che, they were able to help us craft the industry roadmap. Remember that? And then we approached TESDA also because we know we needed to upskill our workforce. I've been working with DDG Rose when she was still the RD in Cebu, and we were squatting in the TESDA facility, no charge. Thank you. And up to now, we're really very blessed to be able to, you know, with EDLC also, and now with DDG Nelly, to be able to, and of course DG Kiko, to be able to have an active, dynamic, and like I said earlier, same sense of urgency like the industry, you know, just in time. Unfortunately, we didn't have as much, I guess, progress with other agencies. I won't name the name, right? But I just suffered through, you know, waiting for priorities in the waiting shed. But I won't name the name of the agency, right? I'll get in trouble, no? But anyway, never mind, because we've submitted the recommendations 11 years ago and nothing has happened. So I have a basis for that. But with TESDA, not the case. We've, you know, we've crafted 4 NTRs for operators. We're going to be, and then with AMDev now, dalawa na ngayon yung ano, yung firepower, the Industry Association and AMDev, and I really thank our partners for all the work that you've done. When you mentioned the 10 CS, 10 CBCs, Hobie, you know, working with our subject matter experts, amazing, ang bilis nung natapos. And of course, thank you to your food and quarters for housing the experts, you know. But now we're looking forward also to working with, well, former DDG Nelly's group, your group now to develop the PSF aligned with the PQF. So my encouragement to you really is, you know, you have your priorities. Yes, you're working for profit, but you're also working for your workforce. You want to upskill them, you want to reskill them, especially with the advent of 21st century skills and ushering Industry 4.0. Go to TESDA, now go to DepEd. Go to the agencies that are very helpful. Now we have also another ally in our midst, you know, PSAC, you know. So let's work with government. We define the content as an industry, but the facilitators, we can't do it ourselves. That's why academe also is very important. That triumvirate, if you will, is really essential to have us be able to get that progress in terms of developing our workforce towards the end of economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Dan. Well, talking about your experience, you are a leader in the electronics and semiconductors industry and the chief of party of AMDev. We have here a lot of representatives from the other sectors. We have a lot of sector groups here. We have representatives from TVIs. My next question is for you, Sir Dan. Based on your experience, what are the key elements of AMDev's approach that make it effective in addressing the skills gap and ensuring the workforce is prepared for Industry 4.0?
Well, to begin with, we really appreciate the support of USAID and Unilife Foundation. Without those two parties supporting this endeavor, obviously we won't exist, no? And I guess the other critical thing is we formed the alliance partnerships, and you'll meet them. You can just see the enthusiasm, you can see the commitment, you can see the desire to make changes already in the way our workforce is being trained, upskilled, and reskilled. And I think to borrow the line of Alan, well, first we said what's unique, and Michelle said this earlier, what's unique about this is it's industry-led, but Al also added it's industry demanded, it's industry, ano yung pangatlo? Industry adopted, right? Because at the end, at the start, it's really about the industry, but at the end, it's all for us. And again, I'll repeat this cliche: it's for the economic growth of the country. But again, this will not work without the efforts of the PMT team, our program management team, and our alliance partners, and you, our network. Hopefully, if you're not yet a member of the alliance, we invite you. Pinaplug ko na. In fact, I was talking to Fred earlier. And this might be a surprise to Doji, but I think we're going to be talking considering our first HEI partner, AMI, in Mindanao. Surprise, surprise, Doji. We'll talk about that. Thanks, Fred.
Okay, so 3 things that AMDev has done. It's industry-led, industry-demanded, and industry-adopted. And talking about being industry-led, one of the key inputs in the development of the competency standards and the competency-based curriculum is the survey that System and MITOL did, which you surveyed around around 500 companies all over the Philippines. So you did that with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology Open Learning, and that survey informed the development of the competency standards and the competency-based curriculum. And this covers both functional and enabling competencies, as you presented earlier, which was used as the basis for the CSNCBC. Could you elaborate further on how this framework was developed, Local?
Yeah, of course, I want to acknowledge also the support of our alliance in being able to ask their companies within, like ICCP, how to go tokang, door to door and asking for compliance with the survey. Kasi hindi rin madali mag-survey. You can roll it out. We started with a 28-page survey, including the 9 pillars of Industry 4.0. Ang konti nang bumalik. So we have to scale it down and also focus on the workers, because we needed all spectrum of the management, CEO, foremen, VPs, all the way down to operators. But we cannot apparently do that as easily if we wanted to get back to us as quickly as possible. But the survey is just the beginning. That's your needs assessment. But after you have done that, you look at what other countries like Singapore with their skills framework that was then adopted by the Philippine Skills Framework, and also what the U.S. Department of Labor has come up with in terms of their own efforts of upskilling their workers. And with that learning, we need to now start to digest with, again, our model. The beauty of AMDev is we have companies that were in constant communication to test our ideas, tell them, ask them also for their inputs, providing us with their own courseworks that they're already implementing. I still remember Western Digital telling us that the pit stop training programs that they have. We're lucky that Pharma Academy of Unilab has already a 4-month, 420-hour training for their pharma manufacturing. Those things matter to us because it actually sets the framework, initial framework, ano na yung nandyan. And then we superimpose and get all of us together in our quarterly meetings to be able to come up with the best. So think of it as a cooking program where you develop food, the courses, and it gets tasted and curated right away by the chefs in the alliance in order for us to be able to have a delivery as well as assessment, pre and post, and then be able to pivot and even improve as we go through the process with TESDA. Kaya, by the time that we are done with what you've developed with Bayan, with TESDA, That's the latest and greatest. But I'm already asking DDG Rose, gaano kabilis ba magpalit kung kailangan improve? Kasi one year is eternity raw, sabi ni Alan. So baka naman pwede nating mapabilis pati yung proseso within TESDA, with our help, of course, and support.
Talking about the rapid changes in technological advancements, and you mentioned that this competency standard is just the initial framework, and it is a working document that will be updated in the future. So how do we ensure, based on your experience, how do we ensure that workers are prepared not only for today's industry requirements, but also for future shifts and innovations? What can we do about this competency framework to ensure that they're still aligned with the needs of the future?
This will be the role I see of SASA and Makati Business Club of the Council na, to be able to continually survey. Actually, we haven't really fully digested the results of the survey, and it's already 2 years old. So we're now thinking of revisiting it, looking at it per sector, and then testing it per sector eventually. So there's a stratification of the courseworks that we've developed: awareness, foundational, basic, and advanced. All of those needs to be constantly updated in data, depending on the feedback on our learning outcomes. So it has to be the secretariat, and the secretariat will reside with MBC. Asan si Bobby? Wala na yata. But SASA's the EMSC needs to be populated enough to be able to constantly update the data, the courses, as well as the pulse of industry and where industry is going in order to anticipate what new programs. I mean, I'm already talking to robotics people now, knowing fully well that's the next level of courses that we need to be asked by industry. So, palaging ganun, medyo anticipatory yung ginagawa natin sa curriculum. Of course, MIT is way up there that we needed to scale down. But they also have to contextualize whatever we develop by going to the factory floor. That's what exactly we did for our enabling competencies. Kabutihan nito, kasama na natin yung alliance partner. Western Digital opened their factory floor for us. It took us half an hour to put on bunny suits and be in semiconductor environments. But that's part of the learning also. So when we develop courses, alam namin yung sinasapit ng mga trabahador kung anong kailangan na lang gawin. So talagang maganda because of the partnerships and the alliance. It's only because of that ecosystem that's been created.
Yes, I agree with you, Doc Al. I have been working with TESDA since 2018, and really one of the bottlenecks of delivering new programs is, of course, the availability of the subject matter experts that will provide inputs. And it's very, very difficult to organize these groups of people because, like Sir Alan mentioned earlier, they are working in the shop floor. Yes. So, in that regard, I would like to pose my next question to Sir Alan. So FastTech is a great example of how private sector involvement in workforce development can be married together. And I like what you said earlier. It's about taking ownership and accountability, which I think AMDev has been doing well. So based on your experience and your involvement in these workforce development programs in FastTech, how has this approach benefited FastTech in terms of workforce readiness and operational efficiency? And what lessons can other companies in the sector learn from your experience?
The competition for talent does not start during recruitment. Perhaps that would have been true 15 years, 20 years ago. But today, in the last decade, companies who needed to be competitive had to do more. And this is where the partnerships as a need came about. We needed to be engaged early on. Imagine having, there are many ways this partnership manifests. Initially, the common language is scholarship. Okay, you get the ears of the schools. Okay, they like that, but that is not where it stops. It shouldn't stop there. We progressed from providing financial help to having reverse immersion for the faculty. We asked them, don't load them 100%. Load them a certain number of units. We will involve them in our actual work. And in certain partnerships, we are actually paying a good substantial portion of their salary to keep them in the school, because they eventually become very valuable to industry. Some cannot hold the temptation and they bring him to industry, which is wrong. So we have adapted that on certain specific alliances with certain schools. Now, having said that, imagine having the student get acclimated with your processes, culture, values early on, allows us to compress the learning curve. And that learning curve is actually the main mechanism for time to execution. And that actually has the business value. But it's not apparent when you talk about scholarships. Okay.
Okay, sir. And in your experience, you have different programs in the basic education sector, higher education, and even in TVET. Based on your experience, what are the biggest bottlenecks in scaling industry-led approach to training program development and deliveries? Well, FASTEC has been a huge contributor to the competency standards and competency-based curriculum that we developed with TESDA. And what we want to achieve, hopefully, through AMDev is to inspire other industries to work with TESDA to do the same. So based on your experience, what are the bottlenecks in scaling industry-led approach to training, program development, and delivery?
Well, for those of us who are already into the program and committed to the program, that's not a question anymore. On the other hand, if we need to bring in more into the alliance, we need success stories to convince the skeptics. Second, and this is tricky, having personal resources to effectively work in this kind of collaboration requires certain companies to possess certain capacities and a certain size. This is not something that commitment alone can deliver. The company has to have what it takes. It cannot give what it doesn't have. And doing so, even with your best intentions, you will not become an effective participant if you are undercapacitated. This may sound a bit of a non-inclusive, but this is, I believe, an initial step. An initial step. Down the road, we could change the model. But if we want to get there first, we need to start with those who have the capacity already. So to me, it's identifying those companies who actually possess resources. They can be big contributors.
And just to follow up on that question, you mentioned that we should first target those companies that have the resources. My question is, do you see a role, particularly from the small and medium enterprise, the SMEs, playing a role in scaling this model of workforce development across the other manufacturing sectors?
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky question because SME by definition are very resource constrained. Okay, and some of them are just led by the entrepreneur. Okay, and you, by the definition of the DTI, there are 1 to 50 people, and probably has an asset base of less than 50 million. Now, the kind of work that we do, when in the context of advanced manufacturing, there is still a role for them. Okay, and let me qualify that. Those SMEs who have been around, who possess unique capabilities, can contribute. And in fact, when we look at the DTI data, 99% of all companies in the Philippines are SMEs. Even if they are just a few of them, but the virtue of their prevalence, they could become a contributing force. Now, having said that, they need to be connected to the leading players of the industry. Big brother approach. I'll just borrow it out. And this is where perhaps like institutes like the DTI with the MSME group, and they have those, get the leading companies in that industry sector, initially with the select group of SMEs, to work. Then the other SMEs can see how sweet the water is, and they can follow. And in fact, they can be the initial beneficiaries of workforce development.
Thank you, Sir Alan. My next questions are for DDG Rose or Daneta. So we've been working with TESDA since 2018, particularly with the planning office, and you're sort of a visionary. I remember way back 2018, you already mentioned what sets TESDA apart from other education agencies in the Philippines is your partnership with the industry. You've always worked with the industry, and TESDA must be industry-led and demand-driven. Can you elaborate on this, DDG Rose?
I've been in the business for 40 years. I started at 12 years old, actually. Basically, even when we were NMYC, we were really into industry-led concept. That's our mantra. And when we became TESDA, it's enshrined in the law, as I said. And we came up with a framework, the Quality TSD Assured Framework, Quality Assured TSD Framework. Alam yan ni Sir Dan, na tuwing nagpre-present kami, when we do presentations, that's the first slide that we show to people. Because it starts with industry consultation, and every step of the way we consult with the industry. Development of training regulations, development of assessment package, and even to the tapping of trainers and assessors. Okay na po kami dun sa, we're okay with the competency, development of competency standards, and that of development of training regulations and assessment packages. But what we lack is the participation of experts from the industry to become our trainers. Because in Singapore, you cannot be a trainer in ITE when you are not a practitioner in the field or sector in which you are teaching. So that one is the one aspiration that I would want to get till I retire. And then the assessors, of course, because who would be the best assessor for assessment packages than the industry experts? So we wanted to have that. We also have the apprenticeship program in which we are reviewing right now because the EBET law, or the enterprise-based training law, would consolidate all this apprenticeship as well as dual training system. I was a regional director in Cebu, and one of the success stories that I have was when we were in the export processing zone, and we have assisted the Mitsumi. It's a multinational company. And then I also encourage co-management of our training centers. That's why Sir Dan Lachica was there with us. So we co-manage our training centers. Aboitis was with us during that time, and they came up with a welding, the biggest welding training center in Region 7, and that's in the TESDA compound. So these are those that we wanted to share with all of you so that you would be encouraged to really join us in TESDA. In the TESDA law also, there is the creation of the Industry TVET Board, which is now being under the cluster of DDG Nelly. So the Industry TVET Board is supposed to be the board that will help steer all the things and all the essential programs in TESDA. But up to this point, there are only 7, DDG Nelly, no? 7 nationally recognized industry boards. So we encourage also everybody in your, but I think SAPI is part of the, for manufacturing, for the industry board, so that you would be able to really know, because we want each sector or each industry to have their roadmaps and curate also their Philippine skills framework, which is now being anchored by DDG Nelly into the role of the Industry TVET Board. So many things also are playing in the local ground. We have, they said, 3,000 partnerships, but DDG Nelly has to still review the 3,000 partnerships. In the nature of those partnerships, we cannot really tell you or assess at this point. Thank you for that. So, what else? Everything, the board, our board is composed of how many private sectors? At least 7 private sector members, so that, you know, nandun sa board namin si Sir La Chica, ang isang training regulation parating nare-remand. Kasi grabe the scrutiny of the board. Diba? So, sana nga bumalik si Sir Dan para talagang maging ano pa yung ano namin. Because, you know, the board will always tell that kulang pa to, kulang pa yan. Because nandun sila talaga, mga ano yan, mga champions, industry champions. So they can really say kung ano yung kulang pa sa competency standards namin. We're trying to review now the apprenticeship program of TESDA in relation to the EBET law. So we're also trying to make some engagements. Hindi pa ho natutuloy. Of course, we want to intensify our engagement with PISAC primarily. We have some talks, but of course, in the last kasi po na years in TESDA, medyo hindi po yun yung priority. So, ngayon po, priority na namin at tutuwa ako. So, that's basically it. These are the things that we have been doing. Lahat po ito, when we do it, it's basically because it's enshrined in our law and we believe that TESDA cannot do it alone. Hindi ho namin kaya, so kailangan yung tulungan kami on this particular aspect.
And talking about enterprise-based training, and Secretary Benitez mentioned earlier that your target for 2024 is to raise EBT to about 20%. We have a lot of industry representatives here. What is your message to them, DDG Rose, so that they can participate in this program?
Sa TESDA, kayang-kaya daw po, di ba? So sumahan nyo kami para makayanan namin to because yesterday we had provided the President the roadmap in which Secretary Kiko wants to take on in the next 4 years. So one very emphatic component was that of industry engagement and partnership. So we would like to be working with you on this. Lalo na po we have this industry-based assessment and certification program also. So if there are certain aspects of competencies that are not in TESDA's list of training regulation and competency standards, and you would want to assess trainees or learners or your own workers, please just drop by TESDA so we could recognize this industry-based assessment and certification so that we could also release national certificates and it can be accepted outside of the country, particularly in the ASEAN region, primarily because we have already referenced our qualifications to the ASEAN referencing framework, AQRF, and that we're now also trying to look into and have talks already with the Middle East, the United Arab Emirates, for us to be able to do also some referencing on their standards.
Thank you, DDG Rose. Before I go to my closing questions, one last question to Dr. Dan La Chica. Sir, looking ahead, what are the main opportunities and challenges for AMDev in scaling its industry-led workforce development model, and how can it help enhance the Philippines' competitiveness in advanced manufacturing?
Before I answer that, maybe just a request for the audience. Can you raise your hand if you're part of the AMDev Alliance, our partners, PMT? Okay. Oh, Brian, Marvin, hindi kayo nagtataas ng kamay. Anyway, also, for those who are not yet part of the network, can you raise your hand, please? Your hands, your feet, whichever. Okay, Mahia. Okay, great. Thank you so much for spending time with us today. And so I'll go to Hobie's question. As we've indicated earlier, we started AMDev with two industries, and that is, the pharma as well as the electronics industries. Our goal really is to share the wealth, to share the information, to share the the knowledge that we've had, the training courses to be specifically, and the competencies with other industries who are in manufacturing. Now, some are intimidated because we kind of branded ourselves in advanced manufacturing. Well, don't be, because while Al mentioned earlier that there are at least 9 technologies involved, I mean, all it takes, for example, if you do some IoT, if you do some automation with your equipment, you're at the threshold of advanced manufacturing. And so you qualify, so to speak. But I think it's important that you get wind, because we know that there's a skills mismatch. We know that the college graduates, and I know our friends at, in the HEIs are working on it, to plug the gaps for the skills that are not yet in the arsenal of the graduates and are much needed by the industry. So avail of those, and so I encourage you to join us. I encourage you to also invoke the services offered by our partners at TESDA, at DTI, at PTTC, etc. But I think that's a very key opportunity, you know, because strength in numbers, if you will. I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. Hopefully we do better this year. But, you know, let's all work together. Let's not give up on even the slow agency partners. Let's continue to develop skills. And I think one of the things earlier, the challenges for us is the subject matter experts. I know we were derailed during the pandemic because we lost our subject matter experts. And the other challenge is, you know, and, you know, Ryan always, this is a concern for Ryan. We're busy, we're manufacturing, we're producing, and we don't have the time to free up our people, and we don't have the subject matter experts. So if we pool our resources together, and if we do a better job, and this is for the PMT, scheduling our events systematically, predictably, consistently, and if we expand our partnerships with the higher education institutes, with the industry, we can accomplish a lot. You know, like DDG Rose and DG Kiko said, marami tayong magagawa, marami tayong ma-accomplish kung magtulong-tulungan tayo. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Dan. Well, unfortunately, that's all our time for the panel discussion. We will give way for questions from the audience. I think about 1 or 2 questions from the audience. So we will now open the floor for questions from the audience.
Hello, good afternoon to our esteemed panelists. This is a wish, not a question. I am Apollo Mambiar from University of Makati. I'm the one heading the technical education, our Institute for Technical Education and Skills Training. And this is the wish. I wish that the industries present right here, right now, through the leadership of TESDA, of course, would consider local colleges and universities within the range of your radar, because most likely there is an LUC and existing LUCs with students who most probably residents within the proximity of a certain manufacturing firm. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone like to respond to?
Yes.
We completely agree, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. I'd like to address this question to Mr. Timonera. I really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you. It's excellent. I've had my share of public-private sector engagement, collaboration, cooperation, whatever you want to call it. Dan mentioned it when I was with DTI. And even before that, I've spent some years in government. So what I found interesting, and I'm curious about what you said, is that a fresh approach is needed to collaborative process where the government shares decision-making responsibilities. I mean, we all know there are councils, advisory, there's even a board where you have private sector rep, but you say government shares decision-making responsibilities. And of course, the counterparties. private sector takes on greater ownership and accountability. So can you elaborate on that a bit further? I know that might take another forum to, but, and just give an example maybe. Oh, and one more thing. When you mentioned that, are those also lessons from your earlier comparison of Singapore, Philippines 40 years ago and the hard drive industry? Was something learned from that with your statements?
In a way, it's related to that. Now that you mentioned Singapore, Singapore is Singapore Inc., where the president is the chairman of the board and the prime minister is the CEO. They function like an efficient corporation. So the decision-making process there is of a corporate mind. I'm not saying it's the best model. It worked for them, given the constraints that they have as a city-state. Now, in our case, we have a mantra that is called, regardless of your size, have a small company DNA, which means decision-making not only need to be fast, but it has to be shared. Because really, we cannot second guess afterwards and say, well, it was only you who decided. It's so easy to walk back and say, well, you take responsibility for that. I never agreed to that anyway. So it's kind of a different mindset when you apply it in a collaborative working together with government. But that's why I broached that idea. If you want to get commitment from the other stakeholders, it's because they have been part of that decision. They will have to take ownership. No one walks away from something that they agreed to.
So are you saying government and private sector should act as one? That there's that line between public and private sphere and policies, rules, and the market should become one?
I don't want to go to that yet, but we can certainly have a side discussion on that. There are ideas along that line.
One quick comment lang before we go to lunch. I forgot to ask, how many, can you raise your hands, other than our UM and Mapua, are from the higher education institutes? Oh, great. Oh, good. We have a good representation. Thank you for joining us. And then the other thing is, we partnered with AmCham to hold this event, and we invited their members. How many are from, Dana, where are you at, and your team, where are you? Ay, iniwan na tayo? Where? Okay, there you go. So, thank you again for joining us. I'd like to acknowledge DDG Nelly and also Jopin from PSAC. So, I think that's it for this. Ano pa ba gusto ko sabihin? Yes. Ay, ano yun? Question or kakain na? A question. Pwede pa ba, Hobie? Pwede ba? Sige.
We have time for one last question from the audience. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Janet Rodriguez po from Holy Angel University. Sir Dan, hello po. Yes, I'm coming from, of course, the academic sector. I would like to know how could we bring on board regulatory bodies, you know that education follows a trifocal structure. So we have regulatory bodies that basically in higher learning issues policies, standards, and guidelines that basically provide us with the minimum requirements in terms of the programs or the courses that we are offering. So how would we bring in the regulatory bodies, including PRC, to harmonize the competency standards so much so that we may be able to offer industry-led and industry-demanded program offerings? Thank you.
There's a Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, and the President also instructed that there should be a national Coordinating Council for Education. So he created a cabinet cluster for education. In the PQF, there are technical working groups. 7 technical working groups on lifelong learning, international alignment, Philippine Qualification Register, madami pa po, 7, di ko na maalala lahat. These 7 working groups, we are also working with USAID on the organization development of the technical working groups, and it will be composed of government, industry, and academe. Government, yan po yung mga 3 education agencies, DOLE, DTI, and PRC. So yun po yung pwede nating platform or vehicle, because anything and everything that has been talked about in the technical working group will be recommended to the National Coordinating Council. So USAID will help us on this also, and things will be moving by next week on organization development. So please, kung wala po kayong invitation, pwede ho bang katukin nyo kami sa TESDA for this so that we would be able to include you in the list of the technical working groups.
Thank you, Lily Joseph. Thank you for the question, ma'am. That's our time for this panel discussion. Thank you again, Sir Al, Sir Dan, Ma'am Rose, Sir Al.
Okay, thank you, Sir Alan, Doc Al, DDG Rose, and Sir Dan and Hobie for that engaging discussion. I know everyone's excited for lunch now. So as we conclude our morning session, we want to take a moment to highlight an important initiative that can significantly impact our community and the future of advanced manufacturing. So on your tables, you will find Okay, once again, on your tables, before we go to lunch, you will find pledge forms that allow you to support AMDev. So these forms are more than just pieces of paper. They represent your commitment to fostering a skilled workforce that meets industry demands. So there are meaningful ways you can contribute. You can join AMDev as an advanced manufacturing institute by offering your training programs to both incoming and current workforce members. You can serve as subject matter experts by dedicating employee time to assist in developing competency frameworks and conducting labor market analysis, as well as enroll your employees in AMDev training programs. So if you choose to support this initiative, please fill out the pledge forms on your tables during lunch and hand it over to our registration team as you exit the ballroom. So we will now break for lunch, which will be served at your seats. Please enjoy your meal and take this time to network with fellow attendees. And we will resume the program in an hour at 1:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch, everyone. everyone. I hope you're all enjoying lunch and have had the opportunity to continue previous conversations with each other. Hopefully everyone has gained more energy as we move forward with the second half of today's program. So to start our afternoon session, we will now tune into a keynote presentation that will be delivered by Ms. Josephine Romero, President of the Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation. Josephine is a seasoned leader with 30-plus years of experience driving high-impact projects in diplomacy, entrepreneurship, and tech. She currently leads startup Zip Financial Technology and the nonprofit Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation, or PCORP, of the Private Sector Advisory Council Education and Jobs Group, tackling youth job readiness and skills mismatch. Thank you, Jopin, for doing this presentation for us. Please come forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. I'll just hold this. Hi, magandang umaga. Magandang hapon po. Good afternoon, everybody. Please wake up. Please wake up, wake up, wake up now. Go get your coffee because we're going to start this afternoon with a little bit of interaction and conversation. After my 20-minute talk, hopefully a little less, we will have with us some people from the industry to discuss how we can go further in partnership with all of these things that we're doing. So I was given a very lofty title, the economic benefits of partnerships and doing these upskilling initiatives. But I thought, you know what, this session is about all the stakeholders in making sure that the Philippines is future-proof. So I am dedicating this to all of the stakeholders in this AMDev initiative. So let me start by talking about where I come from, which is an offshoot of the Private Sector Advisory Council Committee on Education and Jobs. For some people who have not yet heard about the way this current administration is managing its relationship with the private sector, unlike previous administrations, President Marcos Jr. has grouped the private sector to be his advisors in various sectors that are very, very important to the Philippines. Instead of assigning presidential advisor on this or that to some maybe 2 dozen or 3 dozen particular units in government, you know, shadowing the departments that are already there, what he did was to put together 6 sectors where we have the best chance of being number 1. Locally, in the ASEAN region, and globally. What are these 6 sectors? We have agriculture, we have tourism, we have physical infrastructure, or what used to be called build, 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 and then we have healthcare. I mean, after the pandemic, which country is not focusing on healthcare, correct? And then we also have, I mentioned agriculture, and then we have jobs and education, where I belong. And then, which one did I forget? Because there are 6. No, agriculture yon, food security. So agriculture, tourism, healthcare, digital infrastructure. Paano ka naman makakalimutan ng digital? No? So 6 committees. I belong to that committee which used to be called Jobs, and then on August 21, the President called the group to a meeting and said, since you're always talking to me about upskilling and job and education, why don't you change your committee to PSAC Education and Jobs? So the members are there, right there. Joey Concepcion for MSME Development, Tessie C. Coson, who is in charge of job fairs. We have Kevin Tan, who is focused on tourism. And also, you believe this or not, but he has been helping so much in industrialization. And then we have Doris Magsaysay Ho, who's in charge of all the sectors, the lead in all the sector development. But of course, one of her expertise would be in maritime. And then we have Fred Ayala, who is in charge of education. You can imagine that he knows that very well. And then finally, we have Risa Mantaring, representing all the CEOs and the decision makers in the country. So it's well represented from the smallest enterprise to the largest enterprise. Their job really is on a quarterly basis, having gathered the inputs from industry through multiple meetings like this, which we do in between our quarterly meeting with the President, and put out very pragmatic recommendations to the President. And that happens not just with education and jobs, but with all the other committees that I mentioned. So every time somebody from PISAC calls you, some people are allergic kasi makulit po. We always ask for meetings. Please, give a little bit of time because promise your voices will be heard, your positions will be heard. We've brought industry associations there like BPO, even the mining industry in our last meeting on August 8th, to really express themselves and ask for very specific requirements so that their industry will move ahead. So, next. Now, from that advisory group, we thought, how can we make our recommendations last beyond this administration? Of course, we have to institutionalize. So we put up this non-profit group called P Corp for short. The long name is Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation. As you see at the bottom, maliit lang po, no? But you'll see there all of the major organizations in the country, private sector organizations, all the major industry associations are part of this group because we are just the voice to give our feedback and our recommendations on a quarterly basis to the President. And this is a dynamic, alive organization. We continue to build relationships. We continue to grow the organization. Our goal really is, just to put it simply, to address the job skills mismatch in the country. At various levels and in all of the sectors, there is job skills mismatch. On Monday, I was in a conference where the DOLE was there saying that unemployment is at an all-time low. And in the next breath, DOLE also said that underemployment is really high. What does that mean? There's job skills mismatch, and that is what we are trying to solve as a group, as a country, as a whole of society. Right. Now, do we want to solve all of the problems in the Philippines? Well, if we are the Justice League, yes, we can, but we cannot. So who's Aquaman? Anyway, what we did was to, again, through consultations with all of you and some industries and some people not in this room, we said, why don't we focus on really those sectors where we can be number one, where we can be very, very competitive in the world? These are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 so far that we have identified. What are these? Please raise your hand if you object. Healthcare services. You object, Al? Okay. Digital, right? We also have maritime. I mean, 2 out of 5 seafarers in the country are from the Philippines. Smart manufacturing, which is the topic today, and also in the other hotel, in New World Hotel, where we're talking about that. And then, see, tingnan nyo, dalawa nga yung manufacturing. Smart manufacturing and the semiconductor supply chain. It's actually the same thing, but we're overemphasizing it. And then, the latest, which we brought to the cabinet on August 8th, is mining, which, by the way, is also part of the value chain of our semiconductor and manufacturing sector. Correct? So, I mean, if you look at the top part, those are the existing clusters, what we know now. And what we know now is actually, when you look at the ecosystem of what we know now, is not even complete. So we still have a lot of work to do in the top cluster. Now, if that's incomplete, how can we go to the new economy? But we cannot not go to the new economy because of the technological disruptions today. We will be left out if we don't. So, kailangan po sabay natin gawin yan ngayon. We have to do this together all at once. What are the problems? I need not belabor what these problems are. You know what they are. And I think we are one in saying that, all right, so the problems are there. Let's all solve this together now. And we do have hope of solving this now in a more accelerated way, because it seems to me that siguro po nagsawa na tayo. Maybe we're all fed up with just waiting and waiting and waiting. So more people now are really raising their hand and saying, yes, we will be part of this movement to change things as they were. And it also helps that our administration is receptive. It also helps that our foreign policy now is helping us work with more players from outside of the country to support our ambitions, correct? And this event is one such example, which is supported by USAID. In the other hotel, it's supported by the US State Department. Oh, and don't worry, we're not just looking at one country. We're really looking at a lot of international partners supporting us in this effort, correct? So when we, just to make sure that we're also standardizing the way we look at things, there are three really pillars that we are pushing whenever we look at the recommendations we give to the President. Talent being number one. Across the board, across all sectors, we talk about talent development. And then we also talk about incentives. How will we make it good for local and foreign investors to keep betting on the Philippines? And then finally, of course, come on, let's make it easy for people to do business in the Philippines. And not just for foreigners, it has to be for everybody. In fact, look at the domestic market of the Philippines. It is so big. And exactly, there you go. I mean, even the airlines now, used to be, they had 65% foreign travel, 35% local travel. Now it's upside down, right? So this, we also try to simplify the way we talk to you, the way we talk to the President, just building blocks, chewable, easy to digest parts, so that we can also determine solutions that are doable immediately. All right, so what have been our accomplishments so far in the 2 years that PSAC Education and Jobs have been working together? P Corp, by the way, was just established in February of this year. So we kind of pushed our MOA signing until it was established, because there was no legal entity until February of this year. So on August 8th, like within the first month of Secretary Sani Angara's coming on as the Department of Education Secretary, we signed, well, in fairness to DepEd, something that we have been working with them for 8 months, even before Secretary Angara came on board. So they've been very, very helpful, because maybe like us, DepEd was also fed up with having too many core subjects. Core subjects, 31 core subjects for one senior high school student. How can you handle that in 1 year, right? So we're also in the process of streamlining that in order to be aligned with what we call the Enhanced Work Immersion Program. Forget everything about the Enhanced Work Immersion Program and just remember this. From 80 hours of skills training to a senior high school, now, because of this agreement, we are piloting up to 620 hours, right? We are not rewriting anything, just adding hours and making sure that NC1, NC2 can actually be achieved. Because how can you achieve NC1, NC2 with 80 hours? Okay? So there's a lot of elements here that would be comprehensive, that includes the teacher, that includes the community, that includes the students. But at least remember that from 80 hours to 600 hours, then there is a big chance that the student will actually be job ready when he or she graduates from high school, and ready for you to hire, or maybe ready for you to train for NC3, NC4, and PQF level. So here are our partners, initial partners, okay? Initial partners only, please, let's add your names to that. Let's add your associations to that. We're going to start with the first implementation of the pilot for 4 schools in the second semester of this year, January. So we'll call for an industry meeting again to look at what is available. And we'll be very transparent. Whatever the schools have given us, whatever DepEd has given us, we will share with you. Okay, next, Civil Service Commission. What are we doing with Civil Service Commission? We are equipping not just our students, not just our industries, but also the government officials with whom we are working. Okay. This is actually an initiative of PISAC Digital. They said that digitalization in the Philippines will not work if all the ICT and DOST will be doing is training them on skills that have to do with technical tools. We also have to change their mindset. So this training with the National University of Singapore, together in partnership with the Civil Service Commission, is to do design thinking, systems thinking, and GovTech with Singapore as a benchmark. All right, so this is almost ready actually. The president already announced this when the Singapore president came here in the Philippines, to the Philippines. It's just a matter of now certifying by DFA our MOA. So our ambitions are not large. I mean, there are about 160,000 salary grade 22, which is division chief level, I think, to salary grade 29, which is assistant secretary level, meaning the supervisory level, because they're the ones who will really push their departments to be digital or to think digital, no? And we're only looking at 10,000. So this is something also that you can support. Those who'd be interested to support this will call on you. And then another partnership we forged would be in the job matching naman po. Job fairs together with DOLE. As initiated by Mrs. Tessie C. Coson, we are doing multiple job fairs initiated by private sector, but fully collaborated on with the PESO offices around the country, DOLE, local offices, so that maybe 2, 3, or 4 job fairs are happening every week around the country. SM Malls started it. We're now looking at other malls to do it with us. Robinsons, Ayala, Double Dragon. They're all now looking at this as an initiative that they would like to follow. Okay? So it's not just about job fairs. There's also assessment happening there as to what else is needed for somebody to be hired. I mean, the hired on the spot, or what we call HUTs, is only at about 17% per job fair. I mean, that's our metric. And when we checked with the metric of DepEd, how many of your senior high school were hired after they graduated? About 15 to 17%. We asked DOLE, how many HUTs do you have after every big job fair that you have? It's about 15 to 17%. Apparently, we are at a plateau in the Philippines. So we have to improve that with job skills. So there's training opportunities also happening there, or at least assessment for more training, so that these near hires can actually be hired after the job fair. And we've partnered with jobstreet.com by SIGPH, so that the job fair is a continuous effort. It's not just in the physical setup. All right? Now, I will not go through this, but just to show you that we are really going down into detail. Dan knows this, memorized ni Dan ito. We're really going into the detail of the things that we want to push. No? So hopefully we will be able to do this also with the different sectors. And it's a lot of hard work. That's why we know that even beyond this administration, we should continue with this. All right, now there's still more of the things that we're doing for the semiconductor industry. We're lucky, I think, because of the strength of collaboration among the different industry associations. The different management consultants from the US have already volunteered pro bono services to us. This is done by Bain. They helped us interview all of the major ATP locators in the country, and they freely shared their issues and their challenges and what they hope to change in the future in the Philippines. And then there also was help from Boston Consulting Group, who helped us put together a study on electric vehicles, if we can move there as a country, and also on critical minerals. And then we had help from McKinsey. Well, McKinsey is also slated to help SAPI with their roadmap. But initially, they helped the PISAC Education and Jobs on healthcare services to assess that. So you see, and then finally, Deloitte, one of the big four, also helped us be ready for GMT, or the Global Minimum Tax Regime. That's, I think some countries already started implementing it in October of 2023. We as a country have signed on to that. And for us to take advantage of the tax regime that will soon be prevalent all over the world, they've given us some pointers. So I think that's it for now. Hopefully you enjoyed and you were not so sleepy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Josephine, for that excellent presentation on how upskilling programs aids in building economic progress. We will now proceed to the last panel discussion for today's forum, which will tackle multi-sectoral partnerships for addressing skills gap. So I'd like to call on Dr. Doji Maestre-Campo and DDG Nelly Deliera to join Josephine on stage, and Sasa Siriban, who will be our moderator for this morning. Allow me to introduce our panelists. Our first panelist is Josephine Romero, President of the Private Sector Jobs and Skills Corporation. Our next panelist is TESDA, Deputy Director General for TVET Partnerships and Community TVET, DDG Nelly Deliera. Before TESDA, she served as the DTI's Project Director for the Philippine Skills Framework Initiative, wherein she initiated curricular reforms at the PTTC and led the institutional reforms of industry skills matching, engaging thousands of industry stakeholders and academic institutions. Now starting her career as a newly appointed Deputy Director General in TESDA, she's pursuing the establishment of more industry boards and enterprise-based training and community-based TVET. Lastly, our third panelist is Dr. Doji Maestre-Campo, current President and Chief Executive Officer of Mapua University. As a homegrown engineer, he made significant contributions as a professor of chemical engineering before serving as Mapua's University's Executive Vice President for Academic Affairs. Now, as President and CEO of Mapua University, Dr. Maestre-Campo continues to lead with innovation, implementing future-ready programs that prepare students to excel in the digital age. So this discussion will be moderated by Sasa Siriban, AMSC Director of Makati Business Club. Let me turn the mic to Sasa.
Thank you, Marie. Okay. How are we? Buhay pa? Okay. So I hope now you're full enough to be energized, but not too full to feel sleepy. We have coffee over there, so let's fight that siesta feeling. Let's be energized for the last part of the session. So if you didn't notice, this morning, while the Secretary Benitez was here, DDG Nelly and DDG Rose were not here because there's another event at the hotel on the other side that also talks about workforce development, specifically for semiconductors. So this actually highlights the importance of workforce development and why we need to address skills gap now, not tomorrow, not later, but now. Okay, so I'd like to thank Dr. Doji, DDG Nelly, and of course Jopin for being here. And what was discussed is the AMDev model and how it works and why it is beneficial for the Philippines. And now what we want to uncover is how we can scale that on a regional level or even on a national level and have more private sector, government, and academia join our mission for workforce development. So, okay, let's get started. I'd like to start this conversation by hearing from Jopin. Manufacturing has always been a priority sector for the country for economic development. However, according to the labor market analysis of Ateneo Center for Economic Development, only 10% or below 10% of the country's total employment since 2021 has been the total employment for manufacturing. So my question is, what initiatives does P Corp have to help increase this share of employment, and what are the opportunities out there for us?
Right. Thanks very much. No, that's a very, very good question. And it was foremost in the mind of PSAC and P Corp when we were talking to the different education departments. That's why, as you saw from my presentation, we really lined up agreements with, well, one, DepEd. So we are starting with the young people so we can build a pipeline of talent that we need. And also in the work immersion, enhanced work immersion focus areas that we chose with DepEd, there are two areas in manufacturing. One, the more industrial, high-tech ones, which is the semiconductor and electronics. But we also have manufacturing that have to do with less high-tech skills, like sewing and other activities that may be exportable, but may also be used locally. So it will also include food processing and things like that. So what we want to do is to make it as early as in their basic education years, a consciousness that manufacturing is not a difficult thing to do. Because now people are thinking about jobs as influencers, the easy jobs really, content creator. Those are much needed, sure. But we tend to forget that there are more complex activities that will have higher value. So we want them to start early on that. And then also continuing to build on the pipeline is we're working closely with TESDA on enterprise-based training so that we can make use of the dynamism of the industry now, apply their standards into immediately applicable training that will make people more job ready. And in our conversations with people in the other room or in the other hotel, plus our industry associations, we've seen a great support for these kinds of initiatives. Our fearless recommendation to the President on February 2024 was to ask TESDA to at least, and Congress, to triple the placements or the budget for enterprise-based training at TESDA. I don't know what happened during the Congress hearing, budget hearing of TESDA. Maybe DG Ginelli can talk about that. But the point is, we're not letting TESDA do all the work. Industry is saying, hey, we're going to do this with you. So those are some of the things that we're looking at. And in terms of opportunities, there's so much. In our chart that we showed earlier, we just showed what is existing now. No? If we are to believe the statistics from PSA and from BOI, while the semiconductor and electronics industry still continues to be the biggest export contributor to the Philippines, if you compare it with our neighbors, it's a measly number. So we'll focus on that. The wearables or fashion, something that we're really good at anyway, and we can compare our quality with the ones being made in Europe, like the European brands. So that's another thing, and many more. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Job. And just a quick follow-up now. What innovative models of private sector engagement and enterprise-based training have you seen work in other countries, and how can we adopt that in the Philippines?
All right. So we're looking at models that the United States have been working. When I was still with the Department of Trade and Industry, I was with the Foreign Trade Service. So I'm one of the salespeople of the Philippines. So one of the posts they threw me to was Silicon Valley. So we saw there, that's why Dan and I were really partners in crime when we were trying to bring different models of upskilling and also a matching of talent, investment, and just these policies here to the Philippines. What we saw really was that if we let market forces work, and if we let industry standards penetrate our education system, then we don't even have to think too much. Our problem now, I think, is I came from government. I retired from government in 2014, 10 years ago. And sorry for the people in government for saying this, but I personally feel that our government is becoming too large, too big. So if there is more opportunity for industry and academe to have a say in what is happening, then I think we'll have a better chance of just competing in the way the other countries are doing. And luckily, things are starting to change. We have people like DDG Nelly who came from DTI and has a different mindset. So magko-collide, you know, the industry thinking and government bureaucracy can collide in a better way, I hope. And then we have new leaders in DepEd and TESDA. And, you know, Sec Popoy, or Chairman Popoy naman in CHED, I think the three of them are now starting to work together.
Thank you. So speaking of DDG Nelly, you know, she's been a famous name all throughout the forum. So going back to going to the initiatives of government, how does TESDA envision enhancing collaboration with the private sector and other learning institutions to create a more agile and responsive training framework?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, biglang, I actually do not know what happened this morning. But anyway, I was also requested to join the New World activity. And I'm 2 months, almost 3 months old in TESDA, but a lot of things are actually happening. But I'm very happy that I'm part of the ship. Okay, so anyway, the program that's actually assigned to me is partnership and linkages. And I think it suits well, basically because I come from DTI and I also come from the Department of Tourism. And these are actually two major, tourism is one of the major export generators in the Philippines. And of course, DTI covering all the government, covering all the industries. I mean, it actually is supporting all the industries. Okay, partnership and linkages. It's really very important. As you've heard DTG Rose this morning, she was actually talking about, you know, industry partnership, you know, linkages and all that as supposedly or really the driver in the development right now. Because after all, we are actually trying to address skills mismatch, diba? Trying to address the skills mismatch, and mismatch does not only mean not the right competency, skills and competencies, but it can actually be even overqualified for a particular position and all that. Okay, so what are we doing as far as this is concerned? We're actually bringing in the industry. Ito, totohanan na siya. Bigla totohanan. Not that it's not totoo before, but siguro the number was not that big. We had the likes of Philippine Construction Association. We have SAPI, of course, tourism. But right now, the direction is for us to tap the industry associations that already has Philippine Skills Framework. Because the expectation is we wanted this industry-trained TVET board to help develop competency assessment competency assessment tools, competency standards, TR, and all that. And if we are to do that, I think you have heard already from, you know, a number not only of people from TESDA that it actually takes a lot of time, even years, in the development of the TR. But I have always been saying with Philippine Skills Framework, somehow half the battle is won. Because you already have references as far as skills and competencies, and it's also by level, proficiency level. I'm not saying that what you have in the PQF and the TESDA's NC would also correspond to the level that we have in the Philippine Skills Framework, but somehow we're not starting from scratch. And I think what's more important is that the PSF, biglang PSF yung pinuntahan, ano. PSF is not only for TESDA, it's not only for TechBook, because it actually starts even senior high school, or even earlier from DepEd. So it actually covers the trifocal education that we have in the government right now. So partnership is in it because we wanted no less than the people in the industry to tell us first what the labor market requirements are, because we cannot just, continue on teaching, gupit, ano pa yung sinasabi ni DJ Rose kanina, masahe or pandesal or ganon-ganon. But we have to understand what is the requirement of the market, labor, as far as labor is concerned, so that we can also be responsive. So it's the industry that can tell us. It's also the industry that can tell us, what standard should be set. But sabi nga din kanina, I also heard that it's really very difficult to expect people from the industry to sit down and develop all those things because it will take time. Again, that's why we're again pushing for the quadripartite. So meaning industry associations, learning institutions, HEIs maybe, or even training institutions who are so very knowledgeable in the development of all this. Kasi yun yung pinakabuhay nila, di ba? Development of competency standards, assessment tools, and all that. So we're bringing them in. The government should also be there, okay? Should also be there because they can help us guide what the direction of the industry is, and of course the workforce. And we're just very happy with PISAC because PISAC is or has strong network with the different industries. So kung saan yung kulang, sabi ko, kulang kami sir sa energy, or we still lack partners as far as health is concerned. So PISA comes in and recommend to us who to contact. So yun.
Thank you, DDG Nelly. Just a follow-up question. You mentioned Philippine Skills Framework, no? So how can you suggest our stakeholders, kasi marami ng PSFs, di ba? How can the stakeholders like yung mga HEIs, TVEs, and even the private sector maximize the use of those knowledge products?
Okay, there are actually 11 now, skills frameworks. 5 are developed by DICT. DTI, we had game development, animation, human capital development, business development, and supply chain and logistics, and 5 from DICT, and we have 2 job roles under AMDev, okay? And I'd like also to inform everyone that the Philippine Construction Authority ba sila? Association, sorry. Philippine Construction Association has also developed a skills framework. And I think we need to tag, and we have to tag it as Philippine Skills Framework. Okay, how is it useful? Actually, it's useful to, ilan ba siya? First, the CEOs and the human resource officials, then the workforce, government agencies, and even training institutions or learning institutions. For HRs and CEOs, I mean, the career map, the skills map, if you're hiring people, you can automatically see in the skills map, what are the critical functions and key tasks necessary for that position. So if that person is applying for a higher position and sees that he still lacks the skills and competencies, functional and enabling, necessary for that position, then he can actually go to an academic institution or learning institution that can meet or supply that particular gap. So what I'm saying here, it's actually useful to the HR, even the workforce, and training institutions or learning institutions, because now they can develop learning programs that are, which content are actually in the skills framework. Because in the skills framework, it tells us the underpinning knowledge, the skills application, and it's actually by level of complexity. So it's very useful. I hope, okay, if you're interested to get a copy, we actually have it in the website. Sa dati ko pong office, pttc.gov.ph. Just look for the Philippine Skills Framework, and we have the QR code, and we have a complete set of the e-books in that website. Okay, thank you.
And the OIC of PTTC is Ms. Faye Avila over there. So if you want to, reach out to her, like she's over there. Okay, now let's hear from the education side. Dr. Doji, we're very excited to hear about Mapua's programs and efforts for skills competitiveness. Now, before we begin, perhaps you can tell us more about Mapua's Information Technology Center and share why Mapua started that initiative.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Oh, well, I think I have to explain what Mapua Institute for the MITC, training center is actually, as you know, primarily Mapua is a higher educational institution offering undergraduate and graduate programs. But we also now offering senior high school, that's like other HEIs, and we offer associate programs, associate degree programs. And MITC is actually one of the associate programs that we offer. And this essentially is an alternative pathway for students. It was established in 2001. That's pre-K-12. So it's actually a way for us to offer alternative pathway for them to be employed without doing the regular pathway of getting a college degree, which will take them at that time 5 years, 40 years to 5 years, because this is pre-K-12. So that program is just two-year program, and we embed TESDA certification in those programs. The NCs for IT. Well, that's the objective of putting up that program. Now, the component of that program, how is it different from the regular track of college program and then employment, is that, well, this is just 2 years. We are free from the mandated Gen Ed courses, and therefore we can focus primarily on the foundation skills. But what we did is that we employ what we call the triple threat approach for employability. So the triple threat approach for employability is they have three pillars. The first one would be workplace immersion. So I think back then we require our students, our learners, to have at least 480 hours of workplace training or immersion. So that's double or twice as much as that of the undergraduate courses, which is normally about 240 hours only. So that's 480 hours. The second component of that triple threat approach is certification, and that is TESDA, NCs. Okay, so we make sure that when they took courses, they pass courses, they will also be certified. Okay, and then the third one would be long-term projects. So we encourage them to do capstone, long-term projects, preferably with industry, so that they can do problem solving, enhance further their critical thinking skills, and their communication skills, which is very, very important, because these are enabling skills. So essentially, that's the formula that we use. Unfortunately, in 2018, we introduced senior high school, and therefore we stopped the program. Then when we continued, I think in 2020, pandemic came, and then in 2022 we revived the program, but this time we made it as a Bachelor of Technology program. But still, some of the courses will embed TESDA certification, and then they can ladder up, or it's stackable, and they can credit those courses for their undergraduate degree program if they prefer to continue and get their undergraduate degrees from this Bachelor of Technology program.
Thank you. Dr. Doji, can you share with us the result of that triple threat approach in terms of employment and placement?
Oh, well, we designed them, but I forgot to mention that while they have alternative track to employment, they also have an alternative track to college. No? So that was in 2001, and we already have thought of that very similar to what senior high school is actually aiming. No? So for those who preferred to be employed, our employability rate is 100% in 9 months, after 9 months of completion of the program. So it's 100%. Yeah. And the TESDA NC certification is actually the one that is more valuable to them. But of course, the associate degree is something that they can know, but nobody understands associate degree. So what they see is that, okay, I have the degree, but I have a supplement. The supplement is my TESDA certification. No, we call it the diploma supplement. No? Those who went to or prefer to take college, no? The feedback is that they are very good, they are well trained, and they have not had any difficulty, or if they have, the academic challenge is actually something that they can really take on easily. So that's the result.
Thank you very much, and congratulations, Dr. Doji. So, last question for you. As an academic institution, how does Mapua ensure that your TVET offerings or even your curriculum are industry demanded, and what mechanisms do you have in place to gather feedback from the industry?
Okay. Well, first and foremost, we really have to consult industry. That's actually the first thing that we need as an educational institution should do. In fact, just recently, we held we are doing this annually. No? We just held our industry alumni curriculum summit. In fact, Dan La Chica was one of our speakers there. Really intended for us to review the curriculum from the point of view of the industry and the alumni. No? Because we can always do that as academe, but I think the input of the industry and alumni is much valuable. This is in addition to our regular academic industry panel, which is meeting every quarter. No? These are program-based panels, no? Which is also composed of industry practitioners, no? Meeting with the academic administrators. So that's number one. Okay. Number two, of course, a good thing that we now have a framework. We now have frameworks. No? We always said that we need to address the skills gap. No? So what we're doing is that, of course, the PSF is something, it's golden. We call it golden. We use it to map, no, the skills that is sought for by the industry. No? So this is the input. No? And then the output, or the end goal is the qualification, the PSF, no? The Philippines qualification referencing qualification framework. No? So that would give us, that will guide us on the level, no, of qualification that we need to aim. So we're aiming different levels. For senior high school, it will be a different level of qualification. For the Bachelor of Technology, another level of qualification. For undergraduate courses, a higher qualification, and then, of course, for graduate schools. No? So we frame all of those programs based on the PSF. No? And in between, so we have PSF, PQF. In between would be the design of the courses. It can be standalone courses. It can be modularized into micro-credentials. No? And then it can be set of courses that lead you to a diploma, no? Or all of this can be a degree and framed under the level of qualification for undergraduate programs. So essentially, that's how we are designing programs, making sure that we are relevant and addressing the skills gap and make sure that our graduates are employable.
Thank you, Dr. Doji. It's great that you're already using the existing frameworks and tapping into your alumni network. No, that's very powerful. So right now, to get more engagement from the participants, we'd like to open the floor for questions. If you have any question, please introduce yourself and ayan.
This is a little bit left field for everyone, I was in the US a year and a half ago, and there was this model TESDA, I call it MESMEC. They're recruiting Taiwan Semiconductor to locate in Arizona. And what they did was to actually send high school students to Taiwan to demonstrate that they have a capable workforce if you locate your $5 billion semiconductor company in Arizona. Ganon sila manligaw in terms of companies, no? Is there such a effort or task? I mean, it's a tall ask, but so that's one side, but that's their outward-looking recruitment for companies. But on the bottom side, they also have a unique proposition for their graduates being a career technical educator. Yan ang tawag nila, hindi sila techbook. CTE ang tawag nila sa sarili nila. But more importantly, they not only encourage the students to enroll with them and they will get jobs equivalent to a salary. And it's a career. They have a career tree to demonstrate. If you take this career, you will earn 25,000 after 1 year. If you take the second year, you'll be 30. Take the third year, you'll be in the 50. Something to that effect. Yung stackable credentials equivalent to stackable salary. But the third clincher for me for that outfit is that they also talk to the parents of the students. Because there's a problem with the parents supporting their kids to go to school that's non-degree that will not give me a bragging right to have sent for an undergrad. So there, come back to the parents, why should they take CTE? And they said that junior and senior high school students that participated in our program in WestMec end up going to college. So payagan nyo, unang-una. Then the second part of it is they actually get jobs even if they stop, may kita na. But more importantly, may career yan, hindi yan dead-end job. So my third question is there any effort in P Corp, Jopin, that will address that aspect? Kasi, sorry DDG Nelly, hindi pa rin ganun ka-sexy ang TESDA eh. Kaya kailangan pa nating pagandahin. Kaya TESDA, the best nga, TESDA best, sabi nga ni Kiko kanina, Secretary Kiko. When do we really mean that? Na punta kayo sa TESDA, you'll be the best. So, yun lang. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. Al, thank you for putting that, saying that yourself. Much as we'd like to do that, we don't want to give DepEd and TESDA too much of a shock. So it's a good thing that it's coming from you. But, well, as I mentioned earlier, I did spend a lot of time in Silicon Valley, and I know about that CTE, and I know about those kinds of programs. And we'd love to have those here. Our education partner for teacher training here in the Philippines is an outfit called Global Learning Access, which is headed by the Dean of Foothill College and ANSA College. You know, it's a community college in Silicon Valley, which has been training technicians for NASA and all the big companies in Silicon Valley. So with those kinds of people as our advisors, you can imagine that those kinds of ideas are already boiling in the background of P Corp. But of course, you know, I also come from government, and we know that we need to introduce these things gradually because you know, there will always be a right time for everything. Just like right now, it's like a perfect storm for government, industry, and academia to work together. So I don't want to push the envelope too much, but I'm glad that it came from you, not from me, so that when we start introducing it, I'm sure that we will have supporters like you and AMDev to help us. So please remember what Al told you. That's really a wonderful program.
After you.
Okay, that's really very disruptive and innovative. I think we just need a lot of people in the government right now who are open to, things like this. We need benchmark, we need proof of concept, and if it's something, customizable and implementable in the Philippines, why not? Diba? It will take time, but it has to start somewhere.
Yeah, I agree with your observation. In fact, that's the reason why we bundled the TESDA courses and certification into an associate program, associate degree program, because they want degree. Most of the parents are. But I think for us to push for a different model is that we always anchor our communication, showing them and showing to them the impact on the students' lives, their success. I mean, there's no better way to promote any program than highlighting the success of the students who have undergone those programs, successfully address the challenges, and now very successful in the career path that they have chosen. I think that's the best way to promote that to the community. Okay.
If I may just add, siguro yung measure of success is being employed. Employability is still the name of the game, di ba? Even if we send our students to, school for a number of years, but they don't get employed, wala pa rin yun.
Totally agree. Thank you. Bobby, you have a question?
Yes, very related. There's a study there's a college tracker, ang tawag nila. The last one I saw was published in PIDS, siguro mga 2019. And an astounding 70% of our college graduates would prefer to study abroad. 70%. No? And we've seen how a lot of TESDA students, as well as in HEIs, their intention is to get this and then be employed abroad. That was an important strategy nang mataas yung ating unemployment, no? But that's not the case right now. In fact, in many cases, unemployment is very high in those destination countries than sa atin. So I think we need to be able to redirect all of these educational resources back dito. Ngayon, what's interesting dun sa sinabi ni Al, no, na getting young American people to go to Taiwan to show that they can do it. The reality is, Filipino youth has been doing that for so long. When you go to Taiwan industry, how many Filipinos are working there, no? In the semiconductor. So I think that's what we can leverage now. If you move here, you actually have tens of thousands of Filipinos who already know to do it. And that has to be a thoughtful and active effort to do so. Kasi you probably know that the next potential destination of chips is in the Middle East. They are targeting, those countries are really trying to attract these new investments. And guess who's gonna run those factories? It's gonna be Filipinos, sigurado yan. So baka iti-train natin, we're gonna end up there. So, dagdag yan, no? Pero I think we would benefit the most if we're able to attract investments given our talented pool. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bobby. Any response to that?
Okay, sending, parang workers abroad, okay? We're actually thinking that a lot of Filipinos working abroad are highly paid or something. But in an ADB report that was published, I think last year, it actually showed that among Asian countries, the Philippines was #1 in terms of sending workers abroad. But in terms of the amount of remittances, we are at the lowest. So what I'm saying right now is the workers that we're actually sending abroad are not, highly paid. So this is something that we should really also look into if we really wanted, to earn to earn from remittances, and also, of course, for us to be able to have a high number of skilled workers that can also address the requirements of our investors.
I love the idea of that, no? And my answer would be, the slide earlier where you saw it looked like a sundial. Besides talent, one reason, one driver of Filipinos working abroad is it's so hard to live in the Philippines. You earn and live in the Philippines. There's a lot of things that can be improved. Kaya nga yung last pillar ko earlier was ease of doing business and also ease of living in the Philippines. So that's also among the things that PSAC, not just PSAC Education and Jobs, but all of the PSAC committees have been bringing up based on consultations with you, with the industry. We also have to make it a pleasant experience to live in the Philippines. Now, our young ones, especially those working in the almost 2 million people working in the BPO industry, are very, very happy because they have disposable income to spend, but they're in the urban areas. What about those people who are in the rural areas or suburban areas? It's just a commute, things like that. So all of these factors, even when we did our interviews with the factories, the locators here, the local investors and the foreign investors, those are the factors that they also brought up. So we'd love for that to happen. And to DG Nelly's point, the returning OFWs are tremendous right now. We are working together with the DMW, Department of Migrant Workers, for the balik nurse and balik teachers, because the salaries of public school teachers now are much higher than they used to be. Sometimes, most of the time, they're higher than their domestic helper salaries in other countries. So there is such a program now happening where teachers who became domestic helpers are coming back. So we're doing retraining, or at least the government is doing retraining. But then the absorptive capacity of DepEd is such that it's slow going getting them back into the system, even if they lack teachers. So private sector schools are helping with the absorption. Yun lang, no? We invest in teachers now, and then when they've settled and DepEd has sorted through its bureaucracy, they pirate them back. So, but anyway, there's that phenomenon. Also, the nurses or other healthcare workers who are coming back, even if their salaries would be slightly lower than they used to have in, say, in the Middle East, because usually they're the ones coming back, no? And if they are unable to go to London or United States where they prefer to go, they come back to the Philippines. They bring a lot of a wealth of knowledge with them, and then they come back and happily, because now they can spend time with their family. A lot of the other things that they did not used to have. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Jopin. Dr. Doji, would you like to also contribute to that?
I would just like to tell Bobby, you go to the other conference. That's the topic there. Workforce development for semiconductor industry. No, I'm just kidding. For universities such as Mapua, I think that's mainly our mission to transform learners into somebody that is capable and have the skills to launch their careers, either joining the workforce or put up their own companies, and businesses. And therefore, we are committed to do that. Maybe in Mapua's case, we should not just concentrate on undergraduate and graduate students. Maybe we can also try to enhance further, also producing technicians, and technologies, no, for the manufacturing sector. No? So that's something that we are very open to explore.
Thank you, Dr. Doji. I think we have one last question from COP. Yes.
Thank you. I was actually an OFW in Silicon Valley from 1980 to 96. No? And I was also a call center agent in 1980. So anyway, seriously, seriously, I mean, this morning in the meeting with DG Kiko, no, he kind of talked about overlaps between our domestic needs and what we can supply overseas. It actually matches well with my Hail Mary plea to our government officials. And, well, Doji heard this yesterday, and Jopin knows this, you know. Because, as you know, I've been trying to convince people to put up a wafer fab in the Philippines, which was not my position when I came back in '96. But geopolitical events have actually been looming, you know. I was concerned about this big country in Asia taking over a smaller country in our region. This country, specifically, you mentioned the name of the semiconductor company earlier, actually supplies 70% of the world's wafers, including what drives the Philippine electronics industry. So if that supply chain is disrupted, we're in dire straits. Now, the other day, I was listening to a CNN broadcast, and they were saying that the U.S. is ramping up its naval capacity by 80% come 2027. Why? Because China has made the pronouncement that they will take over this other country. Hindi ko dapat sinabi pangalan. I might get in trouble. I'll be stuck in the waiting shed again. They plan to take over this country in 2027, right? Personally, I don't think it's going to happen in 2027, but I think it will. In fact, we were in Taiwan, I guess about 3 weeks ago. If you talk to the managers and the engineers, they say, not going to happen. China won't be able to cross the Formosa Strait and deploy troops. But if you talk to the chairman, the sea level said, it will happen. Chinese airplanes are hovering, scouting the shores of Taiwan. And like I said, when that happens, we're SOL, right? Now, we have a proposal, and this goes back to the November trip we had with the president in Silicon Valley, where he pitched not just assembly, test, and packaging, but also IC design and semiconductors, And SIA said, update your industry study. And I think that's in the works. DTI will close to awarding that contract to this global consultant, who, by the way, whose CEO said that the Philippines has a niche in the semiconductor wafer fab, and not the leading edge. Everybody and their mother's already doing that in the US, but in the trailing edge. There's enough global demand to do that. Now, since we don't have, DOST has agreed to host the lab-scale wafer fab, which should get us started. But the problem is we don't have money, right? A leading-edge fab costs about $15 billion upwards. Pero kung trailing edge, pwede naman siguro a few $billion. We still don't have that kind of money. Yes, we're working, DTI is working with ADB and other banks, I've spoken with IFC, so parang dead end kasi while it's true that especially this ITSI fund, we're working on ATP, which is the low-hanging fruit. Secretary Raimondo said triple ang semiconductor capacity in the Philippines in the next year, and we're submitting SOIs to beef that up. Good. If I talk about wafer fab, people are just gonna shoo that away. So sabi ko, maybe in the next round of funding, but it's gonna happen. We need that. I see that happening, right? So here's the deal. Since wala tayong pera, my pitch would be for a company to donate their depreciated fab equipment to the Philippines, okay? We'll put it in DOST, we'll train their workers, Filipinos kasi we'll train the workers and deploy them as OFWs in their fabs in the US, in Germany, in Taiwan. And if we can swing that, I know it's still a crazy idea, right? But hopefully, maybe I got Jeff's attention yesterday, sa next round of ITSI funding. If we do that, not only will we start developing the ecosystem that will support a wafer fab, including the supply chain, but guess what? We increase our OFW remittances as well. So yun yung crazy idea ko, which I hope should materialize in the next year or two, with Joe Pincel. Thank you.
May I? Dan, I have a crazy idea, as crazy as your idea. Maybe before the new Meko head leaves for her post over there, we should have a meeting with her and brainwash her already. Okay, you want us to set an appointment? Let's do that.
Okay, thank you, Sir Dan. Thank you to our panelists. Before we close, I know it's already time's up, but just to close this properly, I'd like to ask a final question to our panelists. What key takeaway or actionable insight would you like all stakeholders here to prioritize in order to effectively strengthen the Philippine TVET system and elevate the contribution to the manufacturing sector? Ms. Jobin, you can.
Okay, mauna na ako. Okay. I actually have a QR code. If you can just flash it. Biglang ganon. Timing. Thank you for the question. Parang actionable points. Please, if you're coming from any industry association, from a learning institution, a workforce, or even from government agency, sign up. Yun po yung hinihingi kong action from you. You can ask, what TESDA can do, but this time we would also want to ask something from you. Be a part, not only of TESDA, but be a part of the government, especially the programs that we are pushing right now. Thank you.
I think the key is really partnership. We cannot do this alone. And us collaborating and partnering together towards a common goal will make it happen.
All right, so my call to action is remember the enhanced work immersion that we are doing with DepEd. Right now, it's going to be just for 10 pilot schools from Region 1 down south, no? So 1,847 students will be part of this enhanced work immersion. So they will need companies, businesses from small to large to do their work immersion, 600 hours in the second semester of their senior year, starting this second semester of 2024-2025, and most of them in 2025-2026 school year. So January of 2025 and January of 2026. So request that if you are willing, in the 6 sectors that I mentioned earlier, 6 priority sectors, please volunteer. And then we want this, it's only being done in the TVL portion of track of senior high school. But really, we want this for all high school students, right? When we scale this is just a pilot that we're doing with these TVL schools and ALS. But we want all students to be job ready when they finish high school. Now, a lot of the students are indigent. That's why they're in public school, because they cannot afford the tuition. So they can work and save up money and then go for higher learning if that's what they want, or go for associate degrees, or have a business and then save up for further learning. And it doesn't have to be a degree, that they will go, but it's further learning, because come on, we're all lifelong learners here. And Filipinos actually, we love to learn. So that's my call to action. If you could please look into this enhanced work immersion and volunteer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panelists. Great initiatives, definitely from the private sector, government, and academe. Like what Jopin mentioned, it's a perfect storm. That's why nag-agawang kami ng speakers, but that's okay. It means that we're creating clamor, right? Okay, with that, we conclude the last portion of the session. Before we close, I'll pass it on. We're gonna take a quick photo op and then we'll close the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you to our panelists and Sasa for that fruitful discussion, as well as to our fellow guests for asking relevant inquiries on how we can strengthen our multi-sectoral partnerships. To close this meaningful program, I'd like to now call on Bobby Batong Bakal, Executive Director of Makati Business Club, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Marie. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As we draw today's forum to a close, I want to take a moment to express our gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation and engagement. Your presence here is a strong testament to our collective commitment to strengthen the manufacturing sector. And I'm so pleased that every single person here is interested in manufacturing, nakakatuwa, which has long been a cornerstone of our economy. Reflecting on the achievements of AMDev for the past 2 years, we can take pride in the significant strides that we have made in upskilling our workforce. This initiative has not only showcased the critical importance of collaboration among academia, government, and industry partners. Together, we're laying the groundwork for a more robust and competitive manufacturing landscape. If I may go off script, one of the things I noticed, one of the things I noticed is ang daming industry. A lot of people here are not from the semiconductor sector anymore. I see agro folks there, I see chemical, I see plastic, and that's really very interesting. And tumagal sila buong araw, ha? Tingnan mo, they're still here. I would like to extend special thanks to USAID and Unilab Foundation for their unwavering support and trust in this initiative. Their partnership has been instrumental in driving our mission forward. It is also essential to recognize our alliance partners. Each and every one of you plays an integral role in creating an environment that nurtures skills aligned with industry. So by leveraging the collective experience of the alliance, we can establish an inclusive ecosystem that promotes not just technical skills, but also critical thinking and problem-solving abilities, that these skills are increasingly valued in the global workplace. So, as we look ahead, let us remain steadfast in our commitment to fostering a culture of excellence that emphasizes both technical and critical thinking. The AMDev program represents a strategic response to the skills gap currently facing our industries, and it is vital that we continuously evaluate and innovate our educational approaches. This will allow us to keep pace with the rapid technological advancement, ensure that our curricula incorporate emerging technologies and industry's best practice. So, let this stakeholder forum serve as a testament to our shared vision for a skilled, dynamic, and empowered Filipino workforce. Together, we can create enabling environments that nurture talent and foster innovation, ultimately contributing to national development. Thank you once again for your dedication and support. I'm excited about what lies ahead as we continue this important journey. Together, we can achieve great things for our nature's future. Maraming salamat and have a wonderful afternoon.
Thank you, Bobby. Before we adjourn, I would like to take this opportunity to invite everyone to our AMDev events. Tomorrow, September 26, AMDev will be launching its learning management system. On Friday, September 27, PMAP will host its Human Resource Development Community of Practice Symposium. And lastly, AMDev is supporting the Arrancada Forum entitled Level Up, Upscale, Uplift, to be held on October 24, 2024 at the Marriott Grand Ball. That wraps up our program for today. On behalf of USAID, Unilab Foundation, and the whole AMDev Alliance, thank you everyone for attending the AMDev Second Stakeholder Forum. Stay up to date on AMDev events, activities, and initiatives by following us on social media. For those who haven't filled up the pledge form, I'd like to remind everyone to fill these in and drop it off at our registration table right outside the ballroom. Good afternoon, everyone, and looking forward to seeing you again.